There we go. All right. Now we should all be good. There we go. Things are working. Okay. So, I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional at this. All right. And it's on my phone too. Brilliant. All right. How is everyone doing? I guess we're 10 minutes late. Although, it's not because I overslept, although a bunch of people in the chat say so. It is, it's because I accidentally had two stream keys going on at once, and the only way to fix that was to, like, delete one of them. So, anyway. Yeah. Okay, so, I've got a list of some things that I'd like to do today. Hopefully they should be pretty fun. If we run out of things, there's always we can upsolve problems, and I have no idea how long the stream's gonna last. So it'll just kind of be, we do what's fun as long as it keeps being fun. So just before we start, hopefully this will be, like, recorded. That's the plan, and then I'll, like, upload it to YouTube after. And then other people, like, can watch it if they want. It might be a little long, so it might not be, like, the best thing to spend your time watching. But yeah, just before we start, a couple quick comments. I'm happy to answer questions about pretty much anything. So if you have questions for me, now is the time to ask them. The one thing that I want to say, the one caveat there is, I'm not going to talk about my current job at all, because I don't want to say anything that, like, maybe I shouldn't, or maybe it's, like, not public information yet, so I definitely don't want to say anything there. So nothing about my current job. But other than that, like, any past jobs, anything else, personal questions, whatever, stupid Java questions, tell me why C++ is the master race, I'm happy to answer all of those. And then we also have some stuff we'll do, so it's not going to be the whole time answering questions, because that gets boring. Yeah, HTML rocks. HTML is what you get all your ACs in, right? Hello, NS. I'm not too busy to say hi. That's never the case. Hello, Anubhav. Hi, Amatesh. We are live. Let's go. Who is Mifafavovo? He's a really good programmer. I believe he's Chinese, yeah. I've never actually met him, though. I've met Gennady and some other things, some other people, some other LGMs. But yeah, okay. So let's slow down, read some of it, because this is lots of questions at once. That's a good question. All right, where am I from and how old am I? There you go. Some background stuff. Oh wait, can I wonder if there are people who want to be moderators. I don't know how to make people moderators. Yeah, I do know how to make people moderators. It's very easy. So if there are, like, some people who really want to be moderators, then maybe I can make some people moderators. But we'll see. At the moment, everyone's very respectful, so it shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Couple ideas. How old am I? I am currently 21, although I'm about to be 22. In 18 days, I'll be 22. But even though I'm 21, that's, like, the age you can first drink in the United States. I don't drink alcohol. I'm not a big fan of it. I think people should be able to think. So I value that. And where am I from? I grew up in Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, United States. At the moment, I'm in Seattle for work. Seattle, United States. Seattle, Washington. Yeah, and then I went to college in Florida. So I was there for a bit as well. I like the weather of Florida most, so that's kind of what I would recommend. Okay, whole bunch of things. Unfortunately, I can't answer all of them. I was at least 25. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm just old. Maybe I'll die at age 40. So equivalently, I am 25. We'll see. Why don't I use C++? So the biggest reason for that is that, like, lots of people are asking that. Yeah, that's a super common question. Why Java? At the moment, like, my main priority is doing well in World Finals, ICPC World Finals. In that, I have a team of 2 other people who are very strong in Java and know almost no C++. So I do know some C++, as we saw from the round yesterday. Not enough to be amazing. I didn't know that fixed was a keyword, so I had a variable called fixed, and I was getting compilation errors. It was pretty annoying. But I know enough C++ to like do most things in it. So if I wanted to switch to C++, I probably could. But I want to make sure that like ultimately I'm training in order to be good at this upcoming World Finals, which is going to be in like June or July of this year. And that requires being good in Java. Because if I compete in C++ and my teammates are all in Java, then if I ever need help debugging something or they need help debugging something, there's going to be the language barrier there, which I don't want to have to deal with. Oh man, I can't pronounce your name. I'm sorry, but that's a good question. Does it help you find a job? So up to a certain point, competitive programming is just like absolutely like the best thing you can do for your career. It's just like if you're going to invest time into something, investing it into competitive programming is just definitely the way to go. Because you get better at like thinking and solving problems in different languages. So that's definitely like the play up until a certain point. Now it gets to a point where you're learning algorithms that are so high level, so difficult, so like specific to certain types of things that in the real world they would never actually show up. And I think personally I've maybe passed that point, and I feel like a lot of my friends have also passed that point. And now we just do it because it's fun. But yeah, so it's definitely good for just getting better in general. And then for getting a job, it kind of like depends who you are. For certain people, the only way to really get an interview is to be good at ICPC. Maybe you have an incredible resume and you're just like really good at other stuff. But like for me, getting an interview would have been very, very difficult if I didn't like do ICPC. And since I did ICPC, I got an interview very easily. So yeah, once you have an interview, it's just like Div 2C level problems at the hardest. So like for me, like all my experience, the interview part was actually pretty easy. It was getting the interview that was so hard. And yeah, so that's the TLDR on that. Okay. Maybe we should, my major in college, computer science, obviously. Yeah. Sense of humor is a bonus. That's good. I'm glad you enjoy that. All right. Lots of, how old have you been programming for? I guess I can answer that. So I taught myself Java freshman year of high school. And then I graduated college in 3 years. So 4 years of high school, 3 years of college, so 7 years. I've been doing it for 7 years. And then I did competitive programming almost right away. I started it in like I like halfway through freshman year. I learned Java to like compete in a game jam. So we made like a video game. It was a pretty terrible video game at the time, but yeah. After doing that, then one of my friends in high school was doing a programming contest in Wisconsin, and in Wisconsin, most people aren't that good. Like it's a very new thing there. So if you take it seriously for any reasonable amount of time, you can pretty easily become the best in the state. And I'm not saying that like you don't have to be smart to do that. You just have to like put a little bit of work in. And at the same time, there are still companies who want good programmers. Those companies are willing to pay you a bit of money, and they're willing to pay like decent prizes and stuff. So just from like just high school contests in Wisconsin that were local, not that many people, maybe like 50 teams, but almost all of them, like nobody trained. Nobody did code forces. Code forces wasn't even like a thing we had heard of. Occasionally, like maybe 1 or 2 teams did some hacker rank problems, but nobody like took it seriously. I think the only thing we did was like just do past problems of the same contest, and like we were already practicing more than most people. So just from that, we like won all of the competitions from my sophomore year to my senior year. And then I got like a monitor, which I still use, a drone, some other stuff. So that was pretty fun. That's the goal. Am I still in college? I just graduated, actually. Okay. Yeah, I would love to collab with some other programmers. That would actually be super fun. The thing is, for someone like Eric Doe, he's like, and William Lin, like I would love to collab with them, but they're kind of so big that it would like it'd be beneficial for my channel. I don't know if it would help them. I mean, maybe it would be interesting to have like someone else on stream with them, but that's the major thing. I didn't even know about Yusako when I was in high school. So, oh, and that's welcome Geothermal. You're up early. Holy cow. Good morning. Yes, I didn't even know about Yusako, so I didn't do it at all. Mostly just out of ignorance. And yeah, that's that. Okay, people, I'm like streaming the chat, so that's kind of boring. Let's stream something else instead. Maybe I'll put OBS up here in case, well, there you go. Okay, there's OBS. There's my private Discord. We don't need that at the moment. Okay. So, my Eclipse template. My Eclipse template is pretty boring. Geothermal. Did he talk? Oh man, that's fantastic. I saw part of his last stream actually. I didn't see all of it, but I would be super down to collab with Ericto. Or Geothermal, of course. Maybe later on today. Maybe not in the beginning, but maybe later on today. Yeah, okay. The C# jokes are classics here. Later on today, maybe Geothermal can like crush me in a lockout match, if he's interested. We played a bit at North American Championships. Well, okay, so the thing with the lockout streams is I would just get destroyed. Like, those people are good. And if you look at like Geothermal too, like he's just so much faster than me. Like if you just like look at our Code Forces submissions, I can keep up long term on these easy rounds and stuff. And on Div 1 rounds, there aren't any easy problems, so I don't like fall that far behind. But in a match where it's all Div 2 Bs, Cs, and Ds, he's just like so much faster than me. I just get blown out of the water. So I would love to do those. Like if I'm invited, I would definitely do it. I would definitely like help commentate if they're looking for that. But I might, it is unfortunately lagging, or it says it's lagging at least. Man, I have this open again, sorry. I gotta put the chat up here. That's the solution. There we go. Cool. Yeah. So I would definitely be open to like commentating and doing it. I would just get kind of destroyed. Let's see. Did Geothermal respond? I would be super down to do weekly IOI stuff with Ericto. Thank you for the flattery. Okay. Alright. Face is frozen. It shouldn't be frozen. It should be good. Should be fine. Yeah. YouTube is saying it's not receiving enough frames for me, but there's nothing I can do about that. It should be receiving plenty because I live in like a huge city that's a massive tech like center, so if they can't stream from here, they've got problems, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. I have not gotten to Codejam Finals. We're gonna be done. Awesome. Sounds good. Later today, maybe at like, I don't know, in like a couple hours, I will like maybe ping you on Messenger or something. So if you've got other stuff to do, that's fine. But I'll ping you on Messenger maybe if we want to do that. Yeah. So I've only been like good at this for, I don't know, maybe 6 months or something. And last year I got, I think, 100th place on the Codejam Finals. This year I can bring up the scoreboard. Show you how I did. I did beat Ericto, so that's kind of the one thing I did well, maybe, on that. So let's look at that Codejam. There's a shortcuts, g.co/codejam. And I guess now's like a perfect time because it might start in 5 minutes. So I'll have the scoreboard up for that for sure. That's a good question. Why can I participate in ICPC if I've already graduated from college? Yeah, usually you can't. However, I was supposed to compete during... We can view the scoreboard live? Is this a thing? Is this actually for the finals? Well, alright, so we'll have this open in a bit. Let's look at the previous stuff. And that's a really good question. The answer is COVID. I was supposed to compete in May, and then it got canceled or delayed for a year. I got like, well, how did I do? Here's 2020 Codejam. I got just the first two full, and then I ran out of time trying to do one of these smalls. So I'm on page 2, I think. Yeah, I got 64th. Power 2 even. There you go. I even beat William Lin. Yeah, I don't know. I beat Raidwush too. Now, the thing is, like, take that with a grain of salt, because sure, I beat these people, but like, the goal for this contest was to get top 25. So like, in some sense, like, we all lost, right? So I got the same place they all did. We didn't qualify for the next round. But I wasn't like super concerned with that. That's more my goal for next year. Like, next year I want to try and make it to finals. And I knew that going into that. I was totally fine with that. All right, I'm missing a lot of good questions. You know, fine. HD, now you're oh, I also need to make there you go. Let's give Jay moderator powers. Okay. So now I guess, yeah, whatever. If there's some way... Seconding the Java C++ question. What was the Java C++ question? Can someone ask that again? HD 18 whatever. If you've got some questions, feel free to ask them. The next good one. I'm not in high school. I graduated college. Answered that one already. Is this a good question, people? My favorite data structure and algorithm? Is that a good one? Because if it's a good one, I'll answer it. Okay, so I guess I'll just... How do you qualify to be a moderator? You ask questions I think are good, and I like you, and then I make you a moderator. That's how. It's super informal. Well, fine. I'll make you a moderator for now. How about that? Okay, so now we have 3 moderators. That should be good for the moment. Moderators can make sure... See, now your things will be blue moderators, so... Okay. How did I get good at CP? I practiced. Yeah, so if your name is blue, I'll like prioritize your questions, so you can copy other people's questions if you see good ones that I should answer. Which topic do I struggle with in CP? I'll answer that one. Math, for sure. So I suck at math. I also didn't do like math contests too seriously in high school or in college. I didn't do any in college, in high school even. Second thread, good morning, VR Flop. Yeah, so I'm just bad at math problems. Maybe it's like an intelligence thing. That's possible. And it's possible I compensate for it by knowing a lot of algorithms and data structures. But also I think for most data structures problems, I'm quite good at them. Or not quite good. I'd say I'm good enough. Like, I'm definitely average at least. But for math problems, I just like hit the wall, right? So for like hard Chinese problem sets, I don't do well. The stream's about various things. In the beginning, it's questions, but in a minute, this Codejam will start. It starts in 8 seconds. So we're not going to do any of this for the first like hour. First hour is going to be different stuff because I want to be very careful not to cheat in case any actual participants are actually watching this. Here we go. So 5 problems. We're not going to actually do this yet. And this is going to be, we'll just like, I'll have this open in the background maybe and commentate. Okay, Eclipse template, fine, sure. So all of the settings are default. Literally, like, the only settings I changed were the ones that I made in my joke 2 to the 11 subscriber video, which was just like it was like a joke video. It wasn't serious. But literally all of the settings are, you go to Window, Preferences, and then you turn the general appearance to dark, and that's the only thing you actually change. And in addition to doing that, I have a fast scanner. Here's my fast scanner code. So this part is just for reading files. You don't even need this. And then there you go. There's to read the next token, you just use a string tokenizer and a buffered reader. The next int, you just read the next token and then parse it into an integer. That's the idea. Yeah, definitely listen to anything Geothermal says about getting good. That's solid. I've seen why Java. We've had a bunch of why Java questions. The TLDR is, the reason I use Java is because my ICPC teammates use Java, and I don't want a language barrier with them. So if they have code that they need to help debugging, I want to be able to help do it in like whatever language I'm most comfortable with, which means I want to be most comfortable in Java. And if I need help debugging it, if my code's in C++, it's very hard for them to read it. That's the main question. The next algorithm's dead, hopefully, will be tomorrow. Hopefully, it's going to be, so if you're really good, it might be a little boring. It'll be on tree basics, hopefully. And in addition, I'm working on some Polygon stuff. So I've made a Polygon account. So here's the thing. If you see this shirt, where's my screen cam? There you go. So this shirt was for the first contest that I actually made for like real people. Brookfield Computer Programming Challenge. And it was a pretty fun contest. It all went very well. The problems are like available on my website, but I'm uploading the problems to Codeforces for like people to do, just because I want to practice getting good at getting like decent at least at using Polygon. And then if all of that works out, which hopefully it will, then the future algorithms threads hopefully will have quite a bit of like, here are problems you can do that help you learn the things that I taught in this algorithms thread. That's the goal. Yeah, the website's just wombogames.com. So this right here. If you want to see the first thing I ever made, the thing I learned Java for, that's just on this under game here. It's just a Java game you can play. I'll play it right now for you, actually. How about that? Oh, is it broken? Link's broken. Uh-oh. Haha. Alright. Is this broken? Interesting. Okay. Well. Yeah, okay, link's broken. That's fun. Well, here are screenshots of it. I'll just play it from the old website then. So this is the first game I ever made. We'll play this for a bit. Then after, we should like probably start doing some actual competitive programming stuff, huh? So maybe we'll like upsolve D from last time. Previously it was Weirdo Games, which is kind of lame, but oh well. It's cooler now. So you're this little frog in the bottom left, and you try and collect treasure chests. That's the goal. Obviously, well, I don't know if this is actually true. I'm pretty sure frogs breathe air. So you breathe air, not water, which means you can only stay underwater for a certain amount of time. And also, you get hungry occasionally, which means you have to eat enough flies in order to not actually die of starvation. So here you go. So here's your frog. I made this in a weekend, and the theme, it was for Ludum Dare, the theme was under the surface or whatever. Beneath the surface. There you go. Oh, so I'm about to run out of air. So you can see in the top left here is the amount of air you have. Top lag. Is there like audio video lag? Uh-oh. All right, well, it could be my game isn't very performant. That's quite possible. Yeah, I don't know how to fix the lag, to be honest. It looks like, yeah, the All right, well, now we should be fine. We're back up. So anyway, that's the game. Cool. So lots of people also talk about like my bot. I hear lots of We Have Company things in different comments, which is pretty funny. So I think I'll show that off for just a minute, and then we'll do some competitive programming after that. So there's there you go. So this is like not actually gonna run, and we're offline. What do you mean? We're not offline. Video's frozen, people say. Can I do better? I might be able to lower the quality, actually. Maybe if I lower the quality, that'll help. Yeah, it looks like everyone is lagging. All right, let's see, can we... Okay, well, all right, I'll be right back then. And then I'm gonna try and lower the resolution. That works good? All right, yeah. I'll lower the resolution. Hopefully that will fix whatever issues we have. And then we'll just go from there. What's our CPU looking like? Are we out of CPU power? Oh man, that's the problem. Okay. So let's see, why are we out of CPU? Firefox is killing it. OBS is killing it too. What is this thing? Man, well, I don't know. It's fine now? Okay, fine now. So I guess I'll just leave it how it is. Maybe it was my game. So we won't do that again. Anyway, here's the bot. So this is what you guys have been hearing. Nope. There's a password to this because currently there's only one of them. Interesting. Getting the password wrong. Let me see if Chrome saves it. Because it would be fun to show, right? Yeah, it's a very long password. Oh, it's a different format. Okay. The reason I don't release source code for this is because I didn't actually have a good way of checking if the password was right. So the fun fact is I store the hash of the password, like the MD5 hash or whatever of the password in the source code of this website. And in order to like actually check if the password is right, I just hash it and check if it equals the hard-coded hash of the password, which you should never do. That's terrible like web design practice. But yeah, that's how it works. So I made a long password because I didn't want people just brute forcing all of the small things in order to see if it works. Okay, so yeah, so this is what it looks like. There are different things you can do. So you can like ask it where the weather is. Hang on, let's see. Can you guys hear this audio?
Why didn't Clydesdale give the pony a glass of water? Because he was a little hoarse.
It's lagging again. Oh, that's terrible. Shouldn't be that bad though. Should be fine. Can you guys hear that? Did you hear that joke? If not, we'll just move on from this. Yeah, .env is where it's at. That is definitely the way to go. And I think we'll get to that later on. I'm not saying the password on stream. No. I don't want to say the password on stream. All right, cool. So yeah. So I'll there's like some delay for this for whatever reason. Let me just say the audio setting so it goes through my earbuds instead. So there are a bunch of things this can do. The thing is, it's currently only going to a single there's like a single server that it hits, and maybe Codejam is just really unperformant. Let's try closing some of these things. Yeah, sorry about the lag. It's my computer's not great, and it's all currently running off my laptop at the moment. So I don't like. I'll get my real desktop as soon as possible. This shouldn't be an issue in the future. But yeah, what was I saying? This can do some cool stuff. It can. You've got the joke there. It's got like timers and reminders and stuff. The one I really like is like. You can ask it when the next Code Forces round is, and then I'll tell you that. So there you go. It tells you when the next Code Forces round is. Yeah, it does some other stuff too. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's not too interesting. So the issue is all of like the reminders and stuff all are. I'm lagging because my computer's a little slow. All the reminders and stuff are like part of a single database. So if I let everybody use this, it would be fine performance-wise because almost all of it is hitting other APIs that I don't own. So there shouldn't be any like big performance issues, but there would be problems, which is everyone's reminders would be universal because they're not tied to username logins at the moment. So maybe I could fix that to make like individual people have their own logins and then everyone could use this if they want. But also there are things like Alexa, and this requires quite a bit of setup. If I did, let me turn that might be the problem. That might be a little slow. Let's stop this. So that's like a little thing that I've written, a service that I've written that like starts up Code Forces and cleans up everything. And yeah, handles all that. Code Forces, or my ICPC teammates should all be on a post that I think Geothermal made, actually, I believe. Okay, cool. So there's that. Yeah, maybe we'll check in with the scoreboard. Someone said Ben Q's got one. Let's see. So yeah, we're not reading any problems, or we're gonna think about them later, but not at the moment. Where's the problem walkthrough videos? Wait a second. Are these out now? Oh, they explain the problems. Interesting. All right, I don't want to. If I hear the problem, the first thing I'm gonna do is gonna be try and solve it. So, oh, view scoreboard right here. There we go. Okay, Pack the Slopes, BenQ, and Kusaga both have it. Interesting, interesting. Maybe we can like look at the scoreboard. That should tell us what problems are interesting. So adjacent and consecutive has the hardest. It's like the hardest to solve fully, but maybe the small isn't too bad. Yeah, Kusaga's got one as well. Even, yeah. Okay, so people who are in the finals are everyone who was top 25 in round 3, minus the people who were under the age of 18, I think. You can't be a minor and participate in the finals for like legal reasons. I think it's like money related. So yeah, so some people unfortunately like couldn't make it, is my understanding. But we can maybe take a look, because it should be open. We don't want coding competitions on air, we just want the archive. So we can look at who's in it. Gennedy's in it for sure. Yep. He might be doing one of the hard ones. I've heard he also likes to read like all the problems first, because the way scoring works for Codejam is instead of it being like ICPC style or Codeforces style, where if you solve it earlier you get more points, for Codejam the only thing that matters is the number of wrong submits you have and the latest time you submitted. So if you submit really late, then you'll have bad penalty. But even if you solve all of your problems at the same time, if you solve all of them an hour in, that's just as good as solving like one in the first minute, one in the second minute, and then the last one in the hour in. So in this type of contest for these rules, and it's the same thing for at Coder, I think, like at Coder Grands, I believe. Maybe like correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it doesn't hurt you to like read a bunch of problems. It only hurts you if like you spend your time reading a problem that you don't end up solving. I think usually Google does live stream them. This one, because of COVID, everyone is doing themselves, so they don't actually live stream it, because I think it would let people cheat. Now this one, I'm not talking about solutions or anything, and I'm not showing the screens of the competitors, so hopefully I'm not doing what they're trying to avoid. But yeah. Is 300 IQ a minor? He might be. One of the things I have planned for today is something that I hope 300 IQ will really like. Okay, so yeah, so this is the easy one. Andrew He's got it. All right, fun fact about Eknerwala. This is great. Geothermal may know this, because I know we talked to Eknerwala quite a bit. But Eknerwala, it used to just be Eknerwal, just without the final A. If you read that backwards, it's Lawrence, which is Andrew He's middle name. So Eknerwala stands for A. Lawrence, right? A. Lawrence would be Andrew for the A, and then Lawrence is his middle name. He's his last name. So Eknerwala is A. Lawrence backwards. I thought that was pretty cool. Kusaga, I think, is like an abbreviation of his name. I don't know where these names come from. Who's this guy? Wonder if he's on Codeforces? So here's why DuckDuckGo. This is why other people should use DuckDuckGo too. This is fantastic. if you just do like, or it's not CF, it's Code Forces. If you just do that, like you start your thing with that, then it'll search Code Forces for it. Same thing with Amazon. You can do !A to search on Amazon, !YT for YouTube. You can do pretty much wherever you want, and then it just goes right to there. You don't have to go through Google search or whatever. This guy is unrated. So maybe not even the real one. This might be someone else who just kind of is sitting on the name. Quite cool, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I guess Geothermal hasn't talked to him. I don't want to speak for other people, especially if it's not true. Yeah. Oh, he's conned. Really? Okay. Khan is like super big in the community. He's an LGM now even. Really? That must be recent. Yeah, I just got it in a couple rounds ago. Nice job, man. Well done. He has negative contribution though? Why is that? Did he like say something super unpopular? Or is he just like a troll or what? He hosted a round even. How do you have negative contribution if you host a round? Oh, holy cow, what happened here? Did everyone just hate this? So maybe it just went unrated and then everyone just kind of like raged. Let's see. Oh, I see. Mike has slept 7 hours in the past 2 nights. Although apparently he slept 4 hours both nights. But anyway. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember this happening. I wonder if I participated in it or not. Round 543. It should be pretty recent, I think, right? We're at, oh, actually, that's a long time ago. 543 is a long time ago. It's like 100 rounds ago. Well, we can check. Then the next thing we'll do, I think we'll upsolve D. How about that? We'll upsolve D, and then maybe, hopefully, contest is like fairly late. So maybe after we upsolve D, then solution livestream was public. That's an oops. That's kind of hilarious. Adam asks both, am I single and am I straight? The answer to both of those questions, Adam, is yes. The affirmative in both cases. I am straight and single. Not that it's a problem if the answer to one of those is no. But, yes. Yeah, someone posted in the recent... There was a recent Code Forces blog that was hilarious. I was just laughing at it the whole time. And it was like, what do grandmasters do when they're not practicing? A bunch of people were like, maybe I can find it. Oh, it was so funny. I don't know who it was by. Can someone post it in the... William's here! Welcome, William, man. Or is William? Wow. All right. Well, William, let me make you a moderator. Can I do that? I can definitely do that. There you go. You are all powerful now, or as powerful as I can make you. Okay, so I misspoke. I thought the participants were being recorded. They aren't necessarily being recorded, but they are like encouraged to record themselves, like if they want to. And they don't have to, but they're encouraged to. And then hopefully they will, like, post it, I guess is the idea. if they want to. It's optional, I think. That's my understanding. Okay, yeah. Does anyone have the link to the hilarious Code Forces post of what do grandmasters do when they're not practicing? Because it was really funny. Mute second thread. He orders you, William. All right. Maybe I can. Well, it's hard to search for because this search doesn't really work. I wonder if I commented on it. I did not. Well, it was hilarious. It was like, the gist of the thing was like, some of them were like, they do nothing, they're just robots who all compete. Some of them said they're busy trying to find a girlfriend, and then someone said like, oh, you forgot to say print -1 if finding a girlfriend is impossible. It was pretty hilarious. The whole thread was just fantastic. Can't recommend enough. Let's go back to the scoreboard, see if there are any new solves. Nothing interesting, just more Pack the Slopes. Again, please, if everyone's been very good about this, but like, please, if you do read these problems, don't post solution ideas in the chat. I want to very much discourage cheating as much as possible. So I don't want to. Is Codejam ICPC style? You can bring your template to Codejam Finals. I know that. Even when it's in person, they give you like an hour or something to just set things up. If you're a tourist, you can set up your farm manager. Otherwise, you can just type your template. That's definitely allowed. Yeah, I guess, but sites, like if you want to search something on Amazon, right? If I want to search that on Amazon compared to, let's say I want to search for, what do I want to buy? Let's say I want to buy a RGB keyboard. Like, that's so much shorter than site, Amazon.com, right? It's just like !A, so easy. Yeah, so there you go. There's your RGB keyboard. It's just !A. It's amazing. Okay, let's upsolve D. Yeah, I thought Google's Codejam is last submit. So yeah, so Tourist isn't actually like behind at all yet. Like, chances are he's probably gonna get A by the end of contest. He is participating, yeah, and he's probably gonna get A by the end of contest. So like, it's not an issue for him at all. There's no reason for him to be worried. I'm not gonna say who I voted for because like, no matter what I say, half of the people will be mad at me. So just from a game theory perspective, the only winning move is not to play. That's especially like when you're publicly streaming this, like it doesn't matter, like anything I say is gonna be unpopular. Okay, let's upsolve D. Let's do that. So, this was a rough contest for me, man. I think from what I heard, it was like a rough contest for a lot of people. Maybe it was 3 blue, 1 brown style video editorials. That sounds interesting. They look just like 3 blue, 1 brown. That's very accurate in the analogy. That looks very 3 blue, 1 brownie. I don't want to record his video in case it gets like copyrighted or whatever. Tourist has to qualify just like everybody else. Doesn't go straight to World Finals, but yeah. So let's upsolve D. So where's my pen? Here we go. All right. So I had an idea for problem D that I think might make it easier, and I would kind of like to talk about it. And then after talking about the idea, then I'll code it up maybe while we're waiting for the competition to get far enough in that anyone trying to cheat off me would just be hurting themselves. So yeah, that was problem A. Let's talk about problem D. Well, let's see. First, I guess I'll just so I have some context. Did Geothermal and William do this? And if so, did they leave me in the dust? Show unofficial, please. Yeah, okay. They crushed me. Both of them. Yeah, so let's talk about D. So this will be a bit boring for them, but hopefully it'll be more interesting later. So you've got this grid, and you want to find, without a factor of 26, like I had, you want to find all of the diamonds that are as large as possible. Editorial's out, actually, for this, so maybe I won't spend too much time worrying about it. If they have nice 3 blue, 1 brown editorials like we just... Wait, editorial says you go straight to World Finals if you won last year. Okay, maybe, I don't know. Then sanity check me. I could be wrong. So yeah, so you want to find these diamonds. I am kind of interested to see if Tourist maintains a streak. I think everybody is, to be honest, but it would be quite cool. So here's the idea that I came up with while I was trying to go to sleep early so I could wake up at 5:30 in the morning. Well, I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, but anyway, so I could start streaming 5:30. So if we look at the white rectangle, I think, nah, that's not true. So maybe it's not helpful. Is it only, so here's the idea. Is it only going to be these 2 positions and these 2 positions that you need to check to see if this works? Because if you take the min of the diamond here and the diamond here, then you can always get that minus 2. And then in addition to that, or you can always get that size, rather, if the 3 below you are all the same as you. Now, in addition to that, I think it's only these other 2 that you need to check. Let's look at something bigger. So if we have, I guess it's got to be at least 4 then, if it's bigger. Okay, then we start decreasing. Alright, so it would be this 3 by 3 here. Oh man, this is hard to visualize. Okay, so it's that. Then also this here. Yeah, so it's always going to be from n equals 2, we can see, proof by exhaustion, that we only need to check these 2 positions here, and then these 3 positions here, and then we can look at the 2 DP values. So I think we can pretty easily solve this just with a DP. And that avoids the factor of 26, which is what we were trying to avoid in contest. I was trying to optimize it out, but you don't even need to. Yeah, I don't, okay, so before I code this, just an interesting thing. Someone mentioned please contribute to the EDU on Codeforces. I don't know what the idea behind that is, but it seems super non-transparent how it works. Not 24-hour stream, I can't stay up for 24 hours. But who can contribute to this EDU thing? What do you have to do to sign up for it? How does it work? There's currently one guy who's doing it, which is great. From what I've seen, he's doing a good job. He's covering useful topics. But how does, because people like Eric Doe are doing a fantastic job explaining useful things to people. Why is he not on it? How if he wanted to get on it in order to be in this EDU section, or there are amazing CF blogs. For instance, the How I Learned the DFS tree, which should have way more upvotes than they have. It only has 500 upvotes or something last time I checked, and it's just a very helpful blog that should definitely be in an EDU section if there is one. So like, how does that? Is there any way we could get those things just put there? That's my question. All right. Anyway. Bring back the flag. It's right there. Where we go? Let me bring up OBS so I can see where I'm pointing. It's right above the painting, actually. Yeah, it's right there. There's the flag. I don't want to like hang it on the wall because at the moment I'm in temporary housing that I don't actually own, and I'm gonna have to move to like I'm gonna have to like lease someplace sometime. And then the flag will be full rectangle, full glory. But at the moment, I don't want to make holes in the wall in an apartment that isn't mine yet. So that's why it's not huge. All right, let's code up problem D. And then after we do that, we'll move on. We're gonna code it up as cleanly as possible. Nice job, William. Nice job getting 8th. Good job, good job. I don't want to bother Eric though. He's got stuff to do. He's a cool guy. I don't want to bother him. I would like to stay on his good side. Hopefully I am still. Google Codejam is not in the same room, if that's what you're talking about. Codejam, they're all participating virtually. Unfortunately, but do what you have to do, I think. I did study CS. That is right. Okay, so this was my D solution, which was absolute cancer. Let's try again. And I think this should be big enough. I know stream quality is usually not amazing, so maybe I'll make it like a little bit bigger, but that's fine. All right, so maybe we should bring up the problem. Oh no, are we at 100% CPU? Not quite. Let's bring up the code forces problem D. Yeah, sorry about the lag again. Hopefully next time I do this, I will have my real computer, so that won't be an issue anymore. All right, so in the problem, you've got single test case, read in N and M. Very good. All right, and then we read in the grid. Let's call this height and this one width. And then I do my stuff width by height, just because like I like the XY coordinate axis, although most people don't. Most people do row column, but that's fine. Alright, so now we can do some DP. Yeah, okay. So now we want to fill the thing in from bottom to top. So 4 into y equals 0. Y is less than height, y plus plus. So I'm imagining it so that it's like flipped vertically. But yeah. This goes to the width, x plus plus. So now we've got a couple things to check. If y is equal to 0, then this dp value will just be equal to 1. Otherwise, we need to look at the 3 things above us because they all need to be the same. So if line at xy is not equal to line at xy minus 1, or line at xy not equal to line at x plus 1 y, or line at xy is not equal to the line at x minus 1y. Then continue, I guess. Continue, there we go. And this is grid, not line. So I'm messing up all over the place. Well, okay, so the nature of focusing on both talking and coding at the same time is that I don't have any mental effort left to devote to focusing on chat. So hold your chat questions for a moment. Just like mentally write them down, and then I'll get to them as soon as we are off this problem. Yeah. If you want to talk to each other, though, that's fine too. Alright, so we have all of these things, but this is also not going to happen if x is equal to 0 or x is equal to width minus 1. Then we want to continue. Otherwise, we can look at each of these. So now we want to make sure all of these are the same. So now int max value will be, or max other, I guess. That will be the min of dp at x. Oh wait, we can make this even easier. Hold up, ready? We can do, no, we're gonna have to do this anyway. Yeah, I was saying maybe we could look at this, or wait, we can look at this here. Genius, look at that. All right, let me draw in a different color. So it's the min of this thing here, this thing here, this thing here, and this thing here. Because this will make this triangle right here. So slick, awesome, okay. So if y is less than 2, then we won't be able to do this 2 by 2. Okay, we also need one more or here. Or grid at x, y is not equal to grid at x, y plus 1. So now, our value is just going to be equal to the min of all of these things plus 1, I think, right? Yeah. So dp at w height equals dp at w, what am I doing, xy. This is not right. This is y minus 2. Yeah. Y minus 2 plus 1. Now dp at xy equals the math.min of dp at xy and dp at x minus 1, y minus 1. X and y minus 1, and then also x plus 1 and y minus 1. This x, this one isn't actually helpful because that's like a different orientation, like the parity doesn't match, so I don't think that's necessary. These are both the case, but we can be one bigger than them. So that's fine. So we can add 1 to both of these. And I think that should be the entire dp. Because there's always at least 1. It should be pretty easy to debug too, because it's so short that if there are any problems, it's one of like 10 lines. Oh, CPU issues again. That's unfortunate. We have our own fast scanner. We don't need a scanner. Constructive meta was killed by all of the people saying constructive problems suck. DP answers 2. Yeah, because I need to do this here. $10 sounds about right. So, what a clean solution. Makes me really sad I didn't solve it in contest. But on the other hand, it makes it understandable why they thought maybe they needed to add an E2. Because this seems like the kind of thing that you could very easily solve in like 5 minutes if you're smart. So I have a bit more tolerance for the writers of the round now. I think it was a good problem. Yeah, I'm fine with D. Getting problems rejected is definitely the scary part about hosting a round. So, all right, there we go. Got problem D. Or not scary, I guess. It's just kind of the annoying part, I guess. Hard, low quality problems. Interesting. All right. So, cool. We got that. Are there any interesting chat questions I should look at maybe? Alright, so someone asked, can I make a video on DP approaches or stream the @Coder DP contest? I'm not going to make a video on easy DP approaches. Maybe hard ones if they're interesting enough. The thing with dynamic programming is that there are already so many resources out there for it that I would just be like adding to a big pile. And like, maybe you could say they're centralized, like there's a bunch of nice stuff that's all of at least somewhat decent quality, that's all like in the algorithms thread series. So maybe it's like a good place for people to look at all of it. But then, I don't know. There's also like Eric Domain has some really good DP videos, just like lectures from MIT OpenCourseware. So those are quite good. I would recommend watching those if you're interested in like DP stuff. But streaming the @Coder DP contest actually sounds like a good idea because one, I haven't seen any of those problems ever. And it's like a really streamable thing. Like no one wants to watch a video of like me just solving a million problems live, but it would be a fun thing to do on stream. And it might also be useful as like some version of an editorial if I like went through each problem and then did them and then talked about how to do them after. So yeah. I'm hooked on geo problems. I love geo problems. I think geo problems are very entertaining. All right, let's open up this scoreboard again. G.co/Codejam. Geothermal is OP, man. He like just somehow manages to solve everything just instantly. It's insane. He's so fast. If we ever, well, when we get to the secret project, you guys are gonna love it. Let me tell you, you guys are gonna love this secret, this open source project. Oh my, it's gonna be fantastic. But when we get to that, you'll see. Sam Light, I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, but just like leave it to 1. Yeah. When we get to this open source project, Geothermal is gonna have a field day with it because it's so much of what he's amazing at. And we'll do lockout in a bit. We'll do it after Codejam. That's the plan. Well, that's not true. I don't think that's fair. I don't think on every geometry problem epsilon issues are the case. Like, I think there are lots of very good geometry problems where you don't even need epsilon, so you can do it in all longs. If you're playing the epsilon guessing game, that's kind of like annoying. And then in a lot of cases, if you write your code in a good way, there aren't any corner cases. So there are only corner cases that you have to like find and handle if you did a bad job, like writing, like designing it maybe, I guess. But like there are also ones like in monogons, there's an epsilon guessing game to be played there, for sure. Yeah, maybe I just graduated recently, and maybe I will teach some algorithms if you have some interesting ones. Like unofficially, it won't be as like formal as algorithms thread. Yeah, geothermal is certainly good. All right, let's take a look at this. Yeah, so it looks like Gennady is like the winner is not gonna just have one problem now. So he's not actually behind. If you look at the scoreboard, like it looks like, yeah, sure he's slacking, but he's probably just reading and working at other stuff. And then at the end of contest, he's gonna come back and solve this easy problem. If you can't solve the easy problem, you're not gonna win. So, all right. Yeah, you're gonna get time limited, man. Cause you gotta stop streaming chat. Thank you. All right. Cool. So graduated with a bachelor's in CS, indeed. I haven't actually seen Tourist compete like in this. I know it was streamed. Well, it's about a bunch of stuff, yeah. I know it was like they stream what he does, and like he's like the favorite that everyone wants to watch. I mean, everyone else is fun as well, but like since he's like the winner usually, or I think he has been for like the past I don't know how many years, a long time. People are interested in like what he's doing. So yeah, maybe he like just submits on the small and waits to submit on the large to think if there are any corner cases he needs to worry about. I know he did post a blog sometime where he said he likes jumping between problems, thinking about different things at the same time. He's good at like multitasking like that, so that's fair. Pre-written code in Google Codejam is allowed. In this case, they're all at their own computer, so they can do pretty much whatever they want. I don't think the organizers try to impose rules, because it would be really hard for you to actually enforce that. Because they're not required to record screens. There's like, what my gender is, or Gennedy's gender? My gender is male. If that wasn't evident from my voice and the fact that I look maybe like a male. Or are you talking about one of the people who got banned? I don't know, whatever. Yeah, what is binod? Is that like a gender thing? Maybe I'll look it up in my other screen in case it's like super inappropriate. It's the male given name of what? Oh, it comes from the word joy. So maybe it's not actually like inappropriate or anything. Maybe it actually has a positive connotation. It's just a meme at the moment. Huh. Alright, that's fine. Don't spam it though. There we go. Ah, Kusaga, good to see you. Kusaga's a cool guy. He coached the North American Championship thing, and I think I don't need to refresh. It should just do it automatically. They're pretty good at running websites over there. Yeah, so he he helped coach the North American Training Camp, North American Programming Training Camp. NAP Camp is what we called it. NAP for North American Programming, and then NAPC doesn't actually stand for anything, so we just called it NAP Camp. Initially, the plan was it was going to be held at where I went to college in Florida. And initially, we were going to get hammocks to give to all of the teams. So every team would get like their hammock, or maybe 2 hammocks per team if we could afford it. We were just going to like buy it personally. It wasn't official. It wasn't. I have no idea what binded means. That's why I was searching it. Yeah, so initially we were going to get like hammocks for everybody and then put nap camp, like a little thing on it, a little like tag on it. And that would have been really fun because there's this great place that you can take a nap in a hammock there. There are like a bunch of these palm trees. They're perfect for hammocks. So it would have been great. Unfortunately, COVID struck and the world ended. But yeah. Anyway, the point of the story is that Kusaga did a fantastic job like mentoring that. He was one of the coaches, and he explained a lot of really hard problems quite well. Second thread Discord when? Now, what would be the benefit of a second thread Discord? Why would that be something? I'm talking about Kusaga because he's in first place and he's a great guy. Why would a second thread Discord be any good? To me, that sounds like a waste of everybody's time. Even if you're a fan of mine, like, what would a Discord do? I don't know that I buy into that yet. I'll make one if there's, like, a compelling reason, but at the moment, like I'm not something that people want to be spending time talking about, or maybe should be spending time talking about. My keyboard sounds better than William Lin's keyboard. Yeah, he does have a good keyboard. It's quite good. The world ended. It did. The Earth just got closed. Everyone's like, yeah, okay. This guy's been asking my next algorithms thread. Hopefully it'll be tomorrow. That's the plan. And in addition to being tomorrow, it should be on like tree basics. So it'll be on some introductory tree stuff. That's the idea. And in addition to that, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I've been working on polygon stuff. So hopefully I'll have like a problem set up, much like what Ericdo does. Because like I saw that and I'm like, man, that's a really good idea. Because then you have like an instant place to practice the things that you just got taught, and you can like learn about stuff and practice at the same time. And then like it's built into Code Forces, right? So it's just like a fantastic opportunity. Usually I use a mechanical keyboard. At the moment, all of my stuff is in a big box, so I'm just using a laptop keyboard. I can actually go get the mechanical keyboard right now. There you go. Here's the keyboard. It's just like a cheap, it's like Phantom RGB. So I'm not using it at the moment, but alright, someone asked, can I cover fenwick trees in bit? I don't want this to all be about algorithms thread, because, yeah. So, I'm not going to cover bits. That's something I don't plan to do, at least for a very long time. The reason is because initially the entire, like, algorithms thread thing was based on Algorithms Live by Matt Fontaine. And his first video is on bits and fenwick trees. So that's a fantastic resource. It's a great place to talk about it. I don't know what I could possibly explain that he doesn't. He talks about how to use it to do range updates and point queries, and also point updates range queries. So like, he does a fantastic job. Maybe the only thing I would ever say, in addition to what he said, is that you can also do range XOR stuff. So maybe that's the only addition I would make. Like, in addition to additions, you can also do XOR, and you can do anything that's removable. So you can do that with like string hashes. You can do a bit with string hashes. You can do a bit with everything else as well. So yeah, but like it's a great video. I'll even link it. Let me just get that. So DuckDuckGo makes it super easy. Excuse me. Episode 0 right here. I don't actually want to watch it. There you go. That's the link. So if you're interested in bits, that's the place to be. Okay. Tourist did not fall asleep, guys. Tourist is doing absolutely fine. I'm not worried about Tourist. I'm not saying that I'm 100% sure he's going to get first. It's always a toss-up, right? You're beating a bunch of geniuses if you do get first, but it's not an issue for him. There's no reason for him to panic. Darshak, I'm not doing questions about work today. I don't want to... Well, I'm fine doing questions about work. I'm not doing questions about where I currently work. I talked about that in the beginning of the video. I don't want to say things that I shouldn't say. I don't work at DuckDuckGo. That's... Alright, that's the one question I'll answer. But they're great. They're a great company. They're fantastic. I love their ideas. Their product's great. Yeah, I'm not doing Fenwick trees. No algorithms thread Fenwick tree thing. Confirmed. Cool. So I think in half an hour it'll be safe to start this. And then we can do it while being safe. We can like safely maybe like look at the easy problem at least. How about that? Tourist life is at stake because of COVID. I don't know, for competitive programmers... Oh, okay, I guess I can do previous work. That's not a bad question. For competitive programmers, I don't think COVID's actually that bad, to be honest. For me personally, I've had like a lot of extra time to just do... I don't think where I work is a secret. Like, I think lots of people know where I work. I'm not trying to keep it a secret. I just don't want to talk about that because I don't want to accidentally say something I shouldn't. Like, I don't want to hurt the company I work for by accidentally leaking something. That's why I'm not talking about it. It's not that I'm embarrassed or anything. It's just I don't want to go into that. Yeah, I don't think COVID's actually that bad though, because like personally, I've just had like a lot of free time to do whatever I want, like code whatever free projects I want, practice competitive programming. The whole algorithms thread thing likely wouldn't have happened without COVID because I wouldn't have had that much free time, so I wouldn't have been like, yeah, let's do this instead. So it's just kind of like an extra use for my spare time, and I think from a lot of people that's like the same thing that I've seen. Like lots of people have used it the extra time to yeah. The argument's called log into my Facebook page and look. But yeah. I work at a big company in Seattle. So, cool. Any advice for recent college graduates when started with competitive programming? That's a good... Your name is after Elon Musk's cars, I presume. So maybe Tesla would be a good place if you're into that. Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Model Y. Work at McDonald's. My father worked at McDonald's when he was young, I think. Or no, Taco Bell. Never mind. I don't have a Twitch, but is there any reason for me to do this on Twitch as well? Like, why would people want to do Twitch instead of YouTube? I don't really get it. I know lots of people do, but I don't see what's the benefit? I don't want to have to look at two chats at once. That would just be annoying. Yeah, so I think the big thing when you're a beginner is you got to learn quite a bit of new things, and there's like a ton of emphasis on practicing, which is definitely important. So definitely practice is very, very useful. In addition to practice though, you have to make sure you learn new topics, because there are quite a bit of topics that start showing up around like diff2ds and stuff. Like more segment tree stuff, more maybe Mohs algorithm, square root decomp, stuff like that, where if you never learn it and like you don't actually, you never learn what that topic is if you don't do the hard problems, and the hard problems aren't a great introduction to the topic, because the way that these rounds are created, the people who run it don't approve things that are just classic problems that people have seen before. So the only problems that are going to be in these Div 2 rounds are problems where it's already... Twitch emotes are the main idea. Okay, I see. Well, yeah, maybe Twitch emotes... Maybe that's a good enough reason. I'm not sure. But yeah, the only problems you'll see about these new topics are problems that introduce some other like big jump on top of that new topic. Which means that if you don't already know those topics, it's really hard for you to solve those problems. It's like a lot of work. And a much better way is to solve very introductory, classic versions of those problems where... Can we like drop it with my work, please? Come on. Very like classic versions of those problems, like that are just like easy, basic, like segment trees, purely like just range update, range sum. That's it. That's the entire problem. There's no obfuscation. You just have to get good at coding that. Same thing for Moz. Just like a very introductory Moz problem is a very good way of teaching Moz. But that's not going to show up on most Codeforces rounds. Usually if you get a Moz problem, it'll be like a really hard Div 1F where you make a bunch of observations and then on top of that you do something else. Do we need more? Let me know if you guys need more moderators to keep up with the trolls. But that's my idea on what you should practice. So you want to focus on both learning new things and just practicing doing rounds and stuff. And then don't spend too much time on easy problems. Like, they're helpful, but it's not the end of the world. You don't need to do a million problem A's before you start doing problem C's. Okay, so enough of this. Let's do something. So I had an idea. I want to make a Codeforces meme blog post, and I thought it would be fun to do it live because it requires a little bit of... We've got like 20 minutes or something. It might require a little bit of like fun video game playing in order to get the picture that I want for this meme. So oh, well, I can just do this. Yeah. I know how to find the thing I want to post it on. But here's the goal of the meme. So you know 300 IQ, right? Everyone knows 300 IQ. He's like a coordinator for lots of Codeforces rounds, and yeah, he does lots of stuff. Great guy. He's very solid coordinator. He's also like super smart, super good. Has an IQ of 300. That's where the name comes from. He's like, what? How many standard deviations above the mean would that be? 10 points is one standard deviation, right? So he's 20 standard deviations above the mean in IQ, which sounds probably impossible. That's fine. It's not meant to be taken seriously. So where is Mike? Can we get a post by Mike recently? Someone thanking Mike. I'd like to thank Mike for the round. There we go. All right, so here's Mike. Let's look at Mike's recent blog posts. Oh no, we're at 100% CPU. Let's start dropping frames. I'm sorry, guys. The funny thing would be if Mike were in this contribution thing, he would just be like so far above everybody else. Okay, updates in ed. There you go, this one. So I want to make a meme. I want to make a meme post for this on stream. I think that would be funny. I have an idea for it, and the idea, if my computer can handle it, will involve playing the first like 10 minutes of a video game, and that'll be it. So maybe we'll do that now while we're waiting for this to ramp up. Ooh, so a solve on musical chords. Yeah, we're not. So just for everyone who joined here, it's a 2 to the 12 subscriber special that we hit recently, and we're just doing a bunch of random. I don't use Edge. I don't know why it's pinned here, to be honest. There you go. Yeah, I don't use Edge. I use Firefox. Just doing a bunch of random stuff that's fun. And once this stream is like far enough in that anyone who's doing this seriously will have at least read, thought about, and probably have the solution to problem Pack the Slopes, then we'll read it maybe. But I don't want to encourage cheating, so that's the main goal. Screw Firefox, that's not very nice. It's not a very nice thing to say about Firefox. I like Firefox. It's pretty good. I have way too many tabs open. We don't need that tab. Okay, so my CPU is at 86%. Let's see if we can open up this video game that I'm talking about. Anyone want to take the guess of what this? Oh no. Hopefully we don't have lag issues. Well, we'll see. Type Racer with subs. That's a cool game. Maybe we'll do that. But no, it's 300 IQ's favorite game. From what I'm assuming, I haven't actually ever talked to 300 IQ. Any guesses on what that might be though? You have until Steam loads. Once Steam loads, your time is up. What is the APIO contest? Should I? Is that a common one? Yeah, Tourist hasn't. Tourist is participating in Codejam. He has not submitted yet. But that's not an issue. I've been saying this all the time. Like, your penalty is purely based on your last submission. So even if Tourist solves all of these 3 hours 59 minutes in, still fine. Not an issue. Alright, well, if there's a bunch of... I'm currently using a Dell XPS, and it's a small one. I got it several years ago. Oh, what? CSGO. CSGO is not what I'm looking for. Maybe he plays it, though. Oh, man. I hope I have my password. Alright, I got it right. Yeah, dude, my computer... I've got my task manager up here because once the CPU hits 100%, it starts dropping frames from OBS, and then you guys get a leggy stream. So I want to keep the CPU usage as low as possible. I'll even get rid of this Notepad++, even though Notepad++ is like the lowest demand program you can find. Okay, Undertale. That's the game. Undertale is the game. The reason I say this is because his Discord icon is, oh, nice. You got one too. Same computer, Jay. Nice. His Discord icon is Sans. Right? So Sans is a super great character, well designed. By the way, okay, if anybody hasn't played Undertale, it's like $15 or something. And if you have $15 and some free time... Okay, how do I full screen this? This is ridiculous. Give me full screen. I'll just try all of the F keys, maybe. There you go, full screen. Close Eclipse, maybe. Good idea. Very good idea. Yep. It's already dropping frames. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, so I've already talked about Java versus C++, not going back to that. So Undertale, give me a minute on Undertale. So it's a fantastic game. It was made by like just this one guy, I think. Toby Fox was like the main. Yeah, we'll stick with David. All right, so Undertale is this great game made by... There we go, how's sound? You have sound? Made by just Toby Fox. Fantastic. And then it just got super popular, and it should have been, because it's just very well designed. Oh no, stream's lagging out. What can I do about that? Well, I can get rid of Codejam for a minute. We'll just come back to that. How about that? We're at 100% CPU. I don't know. Maybe I should go pause the stream for a minute and then lower the settings for OBS. All right. Well, yeah. How about I try that? I'm gonna lower the resolution a bit. Hopefully that. Well, no, that'll just make it slower because it's a CPU thing, not a network thing even. Can I end Discord? Maybe I'll. Discord's being annoying. Alright, there we go. So hopefully things should come back. Yeah, okay. So here's Undertale. Back to Undertale. And hopefully you guys can hear it. So here's... Can you guys see? Am I moving around and stuff? Alright. Welcome. Here's Flowey. Flowey the flower. The reason for this... That's loud. Holy cow. Alright. The reason for... How do I lower it? How do I... What do I do to lower it? Can I do this from YouTube? I think I have to do it from OBS. Yeah, well, fine. I'll just bring up OBS and you guys can talk me through it. How about that? Here are my settings. We'll see now. I guess you can't see. Oh, I can just lower the bit rate. Is that it? Okay. Let's make it 1500. Does that help? What if I do a hardware encoder? What happens now? We're still at 100% CPU. Is the video lagging or no? Ariel Garcia, are you the yellow shirt guy on Code Forces? Orange shirt guy? Is that you? Well, I don't know. Alright, we're just going to go with this for a minute, and then hopefully we can get the picture that I want. That's the goal. Alright. Write your own electronet, maybe. So this is our soul, the very culmination of our being. We want to get a bunch of love, of course. Anyway, so the thing with Undertale, fantastic game. If you have played it before, it's good now, that's good. Good to hear. If you've played Undertale before, you know how good it is. If you haven't, I would highly recommend buying it. It's a great game. It's only like $10 or something. And although it doesn't look super great, it's like the graphics aren't great. It's super great story. And like it's one of the few games where you can make lots of decisions and the decisions you make actually matter later on. So you kind of see the result. You're Ari on Code Forces, different guy. Okay, alright. Collect the friendliness pellets. Uh-oh. Yeah, so Flowey is actually evil. There's your... Okay, is the... Rip your recent round. Yeah, I did... Oh, Ari did bad? Okay. Hello, Umnik. I have no doubt you're Umnik. Video is fine. Good to hear. Looks terrible for me, but if you guys say it's fine, it's fine. So the reason we're doing this yet again is I want to get a screenshot in order to make a meme with. It's pretty early in the game, the screenshot I want, so we're just kind of speed running it. Yeah, I'll stop playing the game as soon as I can stop myself. I just want the... There shouldn't be any spoilers. It'll literally be to the first, like, save point. Oh, wait, maybe I can... Hang on, maybe I can save here. Maybe this is what I want. No, I want the one with the mouse. That's what I'm going for. The mouse and the cheese, right? Leg everywhere. Ah! Stream lag, huh? Alright, well, guess we're not doing Undertale then. That's unfortunate. That'll have to wait. Stream is like 2 FPS. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, what if I change my bitrate back to the 2500? How's this? This should catch up in just a minute. Google Stadia would be just as bad. Undertale is not like a demanding game. The issue is just my computer's not great. Yeah, well, it'll fix itself in a minute. Give it a second. Give it a second. So yeah, now it should be back. Just wait for this to catch up. We should be good. All right. The FPS is higher than my IQ actually. That's a good one. I like it. Okay. So yeah, maybe we'll just try and find it online. Find the picture I'm looking for online. We won't get it ourselves. So Undertale determination. That's the goal. We got better memes. There's still snapshots. Not the stream is lagging too much. Holy cow! What is going on here, man? The stream is lagging like crazy. Oh, yikes. Okay. What? Why? What's... Firefox is going nuts? What if I try ending Firefox? How about that? Alright, so we'll give OBS a minute to catch up, and then we'll be right back. Hopefully, video is back. By all accounts, we should be no longer pressed for CPU, which means things should be good. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and open Firefox, which was previously taking a massive proportion of CPU. Still taking Firefox is 60% of my CPU, so Firefox is the cause of this problem. Now it's 30% of my CPU, and nothing is going on. Yeah, okay. Would Chrome be better even, maybe? Maybe just Chrome. Let's try just Chrome instead. Alright, so the lesson learned. Next time I stream, 100%, we will be on a real desktop, so this won't be an issue. That's definitely the case. Okay. Yeah, so now if YouTube can handle itself, then we should be better with stream quality again. And, oh, hang on. Get me up here. Yeah, man, holy cow. I didn't realize this was this big of a deal. Alright, now we should be fine, right? Yeah, now we're good. Alright, it's good to hear. So now I just have to open up whatever thing I was using before in order to see the chat. I think it's like studio.youtube.com. Sorry for the stream quality, guys. This is, I guess, a result. No, it's not this. Okay. It's a result of this being the very first time I'm doing it. It's an unfortunate side effect. Okay, so we've got this back up and running. Hopefully we should be good. Looks like things are good again. Very good. I have 2 screens. That's it. Very good. All right, we're back. Good morning. Okay, awesome. Good to be back. Now, let's open up the Codejam. Codejam scoreboard. Yeah, I think Chrome is slightly better on the CPU. Is Snapdragon on CF the real one? I don't actually know. Is he? There's my public email for everybody. Enjoy if you want to send me email. Snapdragon, I think he's an a code. What was it? It's not at Coder. It's one of the old things. He was really good at that. Ooh, I forget. I forget the name of it. Is Snapdragon a thing? Is that like a piece of software? Oh, there's a live stream even. Oh no, there isn't a live stream. Live stream starts in like 2 hours. Okay, how do we see scoreboard? View scoreboard right here. Pro Speedrunner 2. Yeah, one of my friends told me about that. That he was a speedrunner. Man, scoreboard's getting interesting. Alright, cool. I should friend Kusaga as well. Has Tourist done anything yet? No. I'll friend Snapdragon, now that I know he's a speedrunner. Good for him. I bet he has a computer that can actually play games, unlike me. No, I have one. I'm just not using it for no explainable reason. Alright, so it looks like replace all is possible. Adjacent and consecutive is also possible. Musical chords is also possible. I think even there was a musical chords Codejam problem from a previous round at least. You can't beat Umnic and Speed Forces as a Cyan. You have to be 1,000 Cyans. She's petty. If you're just one, you stand no chance. You need to team up with 1,000 more. I guess 999 more. Alright, so we're like super delayed here. We're gonna finally open up this Pack the Slopes problem. Ah, there you go. That would work too. He's, of course, just joking. Geothermal's just kidding. Yeah, no, I feel for you though. Like, when people just decide they're gonna take old code and just like get the dark green on some div 3 when you legitimately win it. Not that I've ever legitimately won any Code Forces contest. If I had legitimately won it, that would be very upsetting. I'd be annoyed. Because like, they're not even competing, they're just like cheesing the system. Alright, let's read the problem, and then if it allows, I will watch the video where they explain it. You're trying to organize a group of skiers. The skiers are taking a trip to a large mountain which has been rented for the day. There are n rest points, numbered 1 to n on the mountain. They are connected by n-1 slopes, so we have a tree. Also, the slopes are one directional, presumably going downhill, but not necessarily. Each skier starts at the summit rest point and traverses a slope to reach another rest point. From there, the skier can traverse another slope to reach another rest point, and so on. Once a skier reaches their final rest point, they stop skiing for the day and head to the ski lodge for hot cocoa. The destination rest point cannot be the summit. So I think the summit is the top and destination is the bottom. However, notice the skier's destination rest point can be the start of 0 or more slopes. That is, a skier does not necessarily have to keep using available slopes until there are none available. They can always walk carefully down the rest of the mountain. For all rest points, there is exactly one skier or one sequence of slopes the skier can use to reach it from the summit rest point. Now, what are these n-1 slopes? I don't understand. This isn't a tree if you have like 2 roots, right? So you've got one root. Codejam final questions are tough. It's probably maybe like div 1, D, E, and F, but they're all like that. And they're not intended to be ordered by difficulty, I believe. I believe they're just whatever. They tell you the difficulty and the number of points they're worth. So I guess how do we understand this problem? Would it be a good idea to watch the video? Maybe we try that first, and then from that we read the problem afterwards. Where's the link to the problem walkthrough? Oh, hello, where'd that come from? Problem walkthrough videos. I hope I'm allowed to show this. Alright, welcome Tim Bazzelli. A is definitely easier than div 1D, you say. Alright, well, we'll see. So it looks like it's a rooted tree in which we have one summit and yeah, okay. I thought all things went to the same bottom. It is just a tree though. So you've got like a tree with capacities and costs on their weights. Frames will stop dropping in just a bit. Yeah, sorry about the lag. Alright. I see. Yeah, cool. So basically, well, I'm not sure where tourist is. But basically, the idea behind the problem is you've got a rooted tree with costs and edges, plus you've got a bunch of flavor text that they wanted to give. And it sounds like you want to place as many skiers as possible from the route for the minimum total cost. But these skiers don't have to stop at rest points. Haha. Tourist would have solved that. Contestants are not supposed to watch these videos. But also... Oh, those videos? I'm not sure if they're allowed to or not. The ones Google makes. Contestants aren't supposed to watch this stream, please. But, yeah. The stream's not going to be if you're a contestant, this isn't going to help you. We're kind of just goofing off here. We're not taking it too seriously. Alright, so you want to find the maximum possible number of skiers that you can distribute from some rest point. And then, or from the route, right? Yeah, each slope can accommodate a certain total number of skiers, after which the snow, okay, blah, blah, blah. We've got different prices, can be 0 or negative. The maximum number of skiers you can put on the mountain, all of which have to start at the summit. You want to find the minimum possible expense for a trip with that maximum number of skiers. Yeah, so the maximum number of skiers, let's bring up whiteboard. They don't have to, there's no reason to watch like, if you're a competitor, you don't spend your time watching live streams and stuff during contests. Like, that's you'd be very stupid to do that. Like, people would be, like, you're wasting your time watching videos during contests. Tourist isn't in trouble yet. So you've got, all that matters is how many you have by the end of contest. So like, you might just be reading them and thinking about them for the first couple hours. That's fine. So if you've got this rooted tree, then you can very easily tell what the maximum number is going to be. Right? So you've got this one here, and this one here. The total capacity of these three edges is going to be your maximum weight. So that should be really obvious, right? I assume min cost max flow does not work, because ends up to 10 to the 5th. So min cost max flow should TLE. But for test set 1, it might pass. I'm not really sure, maybe. Yeah, I should probably introduce what contest this is. This is Google Codejam World Finals. So this is like, there are a bunch of different contests, a bunch of different like levels of it. There's a qualification round, round 1, round 2, round 3. And a lot of the people here, all the moderators who are quite good, they qualified for several of those rounds. Like, I think Geothermal and William Lin all went to round 3, if I remember correctly. And then round 3 isn't too hard to get to, so we all earned t-shirts. I got to round 3 as well. But then the final round, only 25 people get to. So lots of people didn't qualify for the finals, but that's fine. So now we're kind of watching them compete live and looking at the problems as they compete. That's the idea. Yeah, it's a smart idea. Other than maybe this first problem, which you know everyone's going to solve, it's smart to not submit to harder problems, because you give everybody else information by doing that. Now, there's like a caveat there, which is if you're only like 60% sure you're right, you don't want to like stop working on that problem, totally context switch and start working on something else and forget how it works. So that if you submit it and you're wrong, you're like, oh wait, now I have to spend more time on this. So it might be good for you to have that information on whether or not you're right in the beginning, but it's not necessarily super beneficial. The other thing is, we don't know if Kusaga's submission here is right. It's like 32 points, right? But it might just be, it might be wrong, so I'm not sure. It's possible he just went for small. But also, maybe if he didn't open the large test set, there wouldn't be this question mark here. So we can't really tell at the moment. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, but I'll be back very soon. make it smaller so it doesn't take up the entire screen. Like that. I'm gonna spend my entire minute just getting the timer working, huh? There we go. Alright, I'll be back. Be back in a minute. Tourist isn't on the scoreboard because he hasn't submitted yet. So it's likely that he has figured out at least one problem, but he just hasn't submitted him. Possibly he's even coded it and just has decided he doesn't want to submit yet, which is a perfectly valid strategy because the only reason that you want to submit is to check if you're right, unless you think that the only problems you're going to solve are the ones you've already coded. So yeah, that's the goal. Good. If Andrew He won though, I would be very happy. That'd be pretty cool. Or Ben Q. If we could get an American to win Codejam, that would be epic. I'd be super hyped. But Gennady is of course the favorite, so nothing wrong with that. Be happy with him winning too. Really, if anyone I know won, I would be super happy. No sound. Yeah, there'll be sound in a minute though. Geothermal is Jay Leeds, indeed. It's great to have him here. There are several young people. William is quite young. I know he's like just a freshman in college, right? He's younger than me for sure. Oh yeah, DJ QCPP is like 16 or something, right? $14, yikes. Also, what's the other guy? Fizzy David. He's also a David. My name's David. That's why I remember it. Fizzy David is also super young. I met him at a training camp in China, in Beijing. And I met both him and his teammate, who's the fake Fizzy David, both of which go to the same school. So that was fun. My goal is to make finals next year. It's possible I won't, but I'd like to. I'm gonna train to, of course. That's the goal. I didn't really expect to this year as well. So, yeah, let's spend a little bit more time on A, because I think it's safe to talk about A without, like, there's no way any of these people would actually want to watch this stream. William's 18. Whoa, he's young. Yeah, there's no way any of these people would actually want to watch this stream. It wouldn't be helpful for them, but let's talk about this problem A. So in problem A, you want to, like, maximize the... I don't know if I did qualify. Anyway, You want to maximize the total number of skiers that you have. That's a very easy thing to do. So like the number of skiers is easy. It's just like the total out degree from the root. So now, in addition to that, we want to find the minimum total cost. So we have some number here that we have to distribute to like everything below it. But each of these nodes has some capacity. Well, like there's no reason to pick some node if any of the prefix of some node has a positive sum, there's no reason to take it, right? If you've got some node here, it's like 5, 5, -30. Maybe this was like -5 or something. Yeah, if any prefix here has a positive sum, it's not worth it to take it. If this were 6, for instance, it doesn't matter what the capacities were. The net cost is not beneficial to go anywhere below this node, so you might as well just stop. So that's one observation that I've made. Is there anything else? Surely there are other things. So now we know which nodes we might want to start at. If everything is negative, is Colin really 12? That's insane if he is. Holy cow. Yeah, if every one of these is negative, that means there's no better place to stop, right? So that means you would want to go here if possible. And then maybe you can prioritize the lower ones. That seems fine, because if you would want to go here, and then you would also want to go here, well, if you go here, this path is going to be negative, right? By definition. So you can push to the bottom possible, so you can sort your nodes by depth, and then eliminate all nodes that have a positive sum from that to something above it. So what subproblem do we have now? We just have, for some node, how can we find the sum from it to something above it? Like, if we go up any amount, will we have a positive sum of edges? That's the question. We want to know that for every node. All right, I guess lots of questions about training camps. Let's answer that. Personally, I think that training camps are, I don't know, they're not like super helpful. It depends which ones you do and also who runs them. If you have good lectures from people who are like actually interesting, then I think they can be pretty helpful. So we had one lecture from Gennady, actually, from Tourist, about, what was it? It was maximum arborescence, and yeah, we had maximum arborescence and then something else. But basically, like, he taught us how to do stuff that would usually only be available in, like, either if you're really good at reading math blogs and stuff. Alternatively, if there's like a video made on it, then that would be as well. But August 26th is the date of my birthday. But yeah, so like you learn new stuff from that. It's also like a really good place to just meet people. You don't like usually meet up with other really good competitive programmers in person because they tend to be spread out throughout the entire globe. So I think that's one reason it's helpful. All right, let's go back to the scoreboard, see what's up. So it looks like replace all is Getting lots of solves. Yeah, so we must not be able to see. This question mark doesn't actually mean anything. We don't know whether they've attempted the large and just haven't gotten it, or whether they've just submitted. Oh, no. This isn't like Hacker Cup. So in Hacker Cup, you download the small and download the large. In this, you just submit. So it's possible that Kusaga just submitted something that he knew passed the small, but didn't pass the large because he could code it quickly. So that makes sense. I see. All right, cool. So maybe we'll go back to, I don't want to spend too much time solving harder problems because contest is going on. But I guess let's read replace all. We'll do stuff after that. Oh, actually, let's watch the video for replace all. How about that? All right, here we go. And we'll talk about it after. Kusaga's a cool guy, yeah. Okay, we don't. All right, so here's the problem. There we go. Make sense? I see. All right. So let's go over the problem statement once again, just to make sure we understand it. So you've got some text. You can do a bunch of replacements. Now the question that I still have after watching the video is, can you do a replacement if there are no versions of that character available? Like, yeah, okay, so they go up to all possible things, I guess. 61 times 62. Presumably the 62 things are like all 26 times 2. No voice. There should be voice. Should be voice now. It should be all 26 times 2 plus, well, I guess we can bring up OBS and check. Yeah, there's voice. It should be all 26 times 2 plus, this is a div1c. I guess what are we looking at here? What is the... I guess I just read the problem, that would tell me what the characters are. 26 times 2 plus the 10. That's 62, there we go. So it's all uppercase, all lowercase, and then all numbers are the characters they're looking at. Yeah, so you might have some replacements, but you can't go backwards. You want to try all the implemented replacements. You're given some string. You can form any number of replacements in sequential order. For the first replacement, and then the next replacement, and so on. The allowed characters in the decimal digits, or yeah, what's the maximum number of unique characters that can appear as a result of the last replacement? If the character does not appear, the operation occurs but has no effect. I see. So we can... I just got back from leak code. Oh yeah, leak code's going on. Yeah, thank you. Lots of people are showing me the way to do this, where the 26 comes from. It's a different problem, just similar on the surface. Yes, the question is, what's the most you can have when you finish? So it sounds like this is pretty optimization heavy. Based on the fact that all that matters is what characters you start with, not actually what the string is. They say the string is up to 1,000 characters, right? But if you have two different A's, they're always going to be the same character because you can't ever split them up. And if you ever convert A's to B's, really you're like joining them into the B category. So all that matters at a given step is which characters you have. I suppose the other thing that matters is which are still allowed. So I guess maybe we can consider this like edges in a graph. Yeah, I'll link the Codejam problems. There you go. Geothermal's got him too. This seems a lot harder than problem A. Seems a lot harder than a div 2C or div 1C. Do you want to link, Leo, do you want to link what that div 1C was? Tourist is participating, he just hasn't submitted yet, which is fine. It doesn't mean he's doing badly. It just means that he is going to submit them all at the end. This is a tricky problem, for sure. Maybe let's just look at A, B, C, and D for now. So we've got these ones, right? So we can convert an A to a B, B to a C maybe, C to an A. So if we have this strongly connected group, you can still, okay, so this is interesting. For a group of 3, I'm trying the second easiest problem, yeah. Not the easiest one, or not problem B, but the second easiest one. It's called replace all, because I think I have the easiest one figured out. I'll talk about it maybe like really close to the end because I don't want to spoil it. Tourist might not be winning, right? He might be struggling. I think he almost certainly knows how to do the easiest problem though. He's just waiting to submit to the end because like he's got a blog on it, but he doesn't want to give away information, stuff like that. All right, so if you have these 4 edges, basically you have to use all of the edges, right? But you can keep 2 groups alive, I think. So if you combine these two, you like let's say you use this edge here, then you've killed this group because these 2 are now the same. But next you could use this group here, you've killed this one, and now you have these 2 groups left over. So you can keep multiple groups in the same strongly connected component alive. So that's interesting. Can we always keep half of them alive? If we have some strongly connected component? What if we, if it's 2 colorable, if we have a 2 colorable SCC, then we can keep half of them alive. Or is that even true? That might not be true. So we would want to use all edges that go from like one color to the other, right? That would be the idea. Well, that's what all edges are. It's the definition of an edge. Yeah, the tourist opinions is publicly available. I don't have a link to it, but we can look through tourist blogs maybe. Get it pretty quick. That might be an interesting thing to look at. Oh, maybe it's a comment and not a blog post? Might be a comment. He makes a few comments though. At the moment, for people just joining us, we're looking for tourist strategy post on like how he does stuff. No, I don't want to bookmark. Oops. Let's lock out. Ah, here we go. That is what I'm looking for. So, yeah, so here's the post. You can read about it there. Basically, he says this is like the submit after solving all problems strategy. So it's like frowned upon in @coder contests because in those you can like leave after you have read the problems. So you can read a bunch of problems and then if you don't figure them out, you can just not submit, which is why some people don't like it. But also, like, there are other benefits as well, and he's like trying to use it in Codejam too. So this is like a plausible strategy for any contest in which you don't have to submit early. In @coder, you're only judged by your last submission time, or your last AC, I think even. And same thing with Codejam. So if you submit in the first minute, it doesn't matter as long as you get a problem right 2 hours in, then your final time will be 2 hours in. So like, what Tourist has probably done is he's probably solved problem A, or at least has plans to solve problem A, and he's working on harder problems, but he doesn't want to tell everybody else which problems those are, because it'll give away information. Alright, so any ideas for this replace all? Not many, to be honest. All right. Well, let's take one more look at the scoreboard, and then Geothermal. If you're down, do you wanna lock out? I think now might be a fun time to start that. If he's still here, maybe I'll message him. There's a bit of a delay too. I'll give it a minute, and then we can figure it out. All right, let's check the scoreboard. Okay, lots of people are getting replace all. So replace all is definitely the next easiest one, which suggests maybe I should be able to solve it. Interesting. All right, so Kusaga might have problem B. Yeah. All right, we'll do a quick type racer. How about that? I'll message him, and then we'll do type racer. Like whoever wants to play in type racer. but I'll just ping him on Messenger. We'll start. How about we'll start at 8:20? Geo versus second thread. Yep. All right, let's do a type racer. I don't think you can keep SEC size -1. I don't think that's right. How do you keep 2 alive for size? Wait, maybe you can. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, so if you have a group of size 3, if you have a triangle, I thought you could only keep 1 alive, but you can actually keep 2. So if you have a triangle, you can pick this edge here, then this edge, then this edge. That will keep 2 alive. Yeah, that's smart. So then, if you've got some SCC, so if you have this SCC, you can keep however many you want alive. Then you... That's really smart. Subhum, thank you for the idea. Then you've got this SCC with some stuff. And then let's draw like a non-SCC that also isn't a tree. How about that? So you've got like these groups of SCCs. My face cam's probably in the way. My bet is geothermal too, to be honest, but I'll try my best. Yeah, okay. So we know we can keep 2 of these. We can keep 1 of these. We can keep 2 of these. We can keep 2 of these. We have to special case this 1. We can keep 1 of it. So now, we would want to, like, everything has to get pushed to this and this. I guess we only have to push 1 thing down this group though, right? That's interesting. So we're gonna have to waste 1 thing here. To be honest, I'd be super down to commentate William versus Geothermal. William, you're awesome, but my bet might be on Geothermal. Geothermal is just wicked fast at this kind of stuff. Yeah, so we need to put at least 1. We might as well just put the 1 down here that we would end up losing in this component. Because in this component, something's going to get destroyed, right? We're going to have to lose 1 of the nodes in this component, for sure. We might as well spend that node in order to delete this edge. Yeah, I see. William and Jay, would you guys want to, if they get back, would you guys want to 1v1 each other? I'd be super down to commentate. If we could figure out how to get like some Skype set up or something. Yeah, William is super fast. I don't know, but geothermal's just like, it's kind of insane sometimes. Yeah, okay. So we could... One of these edges would have to be used so we could fill in the extra space in these group of 3. Because once we're missing one, we can rotate them around. Then we could fill in this space. So it seems like you can do some strongly connected component shenanigans. In order to move that 1 space around. Since everything's reachable, you can like, you have like some slider puzzle basically. Maybe it looks like this or whatever. And then if you have an SCC, by definition, that means there's like some path that you can take that will go through all edges and then start back where it finished. So you could take this path as many times as you'd like. Yeah, Geothermal could just stream his point of view as well. Type racer. We'll do type racer in just a minute. Actually, yeah. Give me just a minute to think about this, then we do type racer. It's an interesting problem for sure. You can waste one edge. Yeah, you can waste just one edge in an SCC. So if you have one SCC, it has no out degree, then it's just like you get like n-1. Or if it has, if it has no out degree, you get n-1. You can keep n-1 in the nodes. But now if you have some out degree, you might be able to save that node. So like if this has like an out degree to some other SCC, we might, like whatever node we delete, we can then move that empty space around and then put it down this subtree. And then if we have two of these, then one of these will be full. It'll become full. But then we have like this extra thing we can give, right? So we can like give 2. So maybe this is a flow problem actually. Because we have like a bunch of, Kennedy's not sleeping. He's not gonna be last, guys. He'll be all right at least. To be clear, I'm not streaming a contest. I am just like kind of streaming while a contest is going on. I'm not actually competing in this. Streaming contests is a bad idea. It's kind of like a little bit immoral. Don't do that. It's cheating. That's a really good question. The score distribution is super easy to tie. These two are worth the exact same number of points, and this 32 is exactly 10 points away from this 22, which means if you get like, if you differ by like the small or the medium here, then you tie. Like it's super likely there will be a tie, and then it's gonna end up by submission time. I guess musical chords is different enough, but, well no it's not, it's the same. So like, yeah, there are just like so many numbers that are the same if you look at it. Like 32 is 10 plus 22, right? So it's just, oof, lots of stuff is equal. Kennedy did submit B. Interesting. I see. I wonder if he's going for B small or B large. That's kind of the question, right? So we'll see. It looks like everyone has submitted. Everyone who's competing has submitted on at least one problem. So we've got all 25, which is kind of cool. Codejam will have a live stream as well. And I guess we'll finish this up when Codejam starts. So we've got like an hour 40 minutes left on the stream. But yeah, Scott Woo's also submitted. Yep, he's on B as well. Now the question is, did they go for the small or the large as well? If I recall correctly, you don't actually know. So neither of these people know whether they got the large. If it's just like a time limit thing and they know what their runtime is, then they should be able to tell. But if it's a correctness thing, like if the large is like a different problem, like the small is guaranteed to be on a rope and the large is a tree or something, then it'd be an interesting problem for sure. Well, I don't know. Sometimes tied points is a good system. I do like the ICPC stuff. BenQ is like the the greatest Yusako kid that there has been in a very long time. He won Yusako 2 years in a row, I think, if I remember correctly. I might be misspeaking, but all right, let's do a type racer really quick, and then typeracer.com. I've never actually done a type racer. And then after the type racer, we'll do some lockout with geothermal. I don't know if I'm net qualified. Oh, do I need to invite people, or can I like share a code? How do I work with this, guys? There should be like a share a link thing. That would be very nice. Race your friends? Okay. So I'm in race. Ah, here we go. We've got a URL right here. There you go. So it's in chat. Looks like we're full already. That was quick. Is there a limit? Oh, five seconds left. All right, ready? Ready, set, go. Wait, what am I typing? Oh, am I not in it? Huh, alright. That's fun. Well, good job, people. Well done. William won. Nice job. Alright, I want to play William, though. Let's try a new one. Stream leg is huge, is it? Yeah, it is. All right, we're done with type racer. Let's do some lockout for a while. All right, so what can we do to reduce stream lag? We can close all of these things that we don't need. Now stream lag is better. Yeah, I needed to join the race. Oops. Well, nice job, William. Good job. Good win. Good win. Yeah, let's do a type racer. So, do I want to do an old @coder maybe? Or not a type racer. Sorry, excuse me. I mean a, J leads is geothermal. AJ. Let's try ABC 50 maybe. Oh, we could do it. Do you want to do it on Discord? Let's do the Discord server. Hopefully the lag is still alright. Yeah, there's a Discord bot for it. It's the AC one, right? that the syntax, or am I doing the syntax wrong? Challenge. Alright, so, yeah, I think I challenged you, Geothermal. Maybe not. Maybe it's dual challenge. Is there a better way of doing it than one problem? Oh, okay. Can I get added to that one then? Hi, little kid. Yeah, I don't think I'm part of the USACO one yet. Alright, so to avoid everyone getting added to the USACO, we're gonna hide it from stream. Alright. Welcome back. Welcome back. Do I have to read first time stuff to set up my handle? Because that's a common thing. Oh, William's here too. Welcome, William. College applications, I'm sure, are a big thing if you're a high school kid competing in USACO. How do I do lockout? Do I need to sign something up? Well, let's do this. I'm getting added all over the place. Oh, yep, okay, that's good. Thank you. Now, how do I challenge people? Indeed, indeed. Yeah, three-way would be epic. You wouldn't lose to me, William. But we'll see. Alright, Geothermal setting up his stream as well. Definitely post a link in the chat. Geothermal. So some people can go watch you as well. YouTube says hi, Chick Magnet. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy if you've got like YouTube and everything. You just like hook up a thing. That's you click the go live button and then you just copy the link into OBS. So it's pretty easy to do. All right, yeah. Go check out streaming combo would be cool. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. Excuse me, I just died on water. Let me open up, I gotta open up Eclipse though is the thing. So we're gonna be tight on CPU power. Look like 5 messages above. So, yeah, hopefully we're about to see a difficulty n lockout problem has n plus 100, 200, 300, 400. Okay. Interesting. So what would be fun? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, yeah. Also, well, whatever. We can try that. Oh, I don't have a template. Let's make a template real quick. Hang on. Fast scanner. We need a sort method too. Public void sort. Alright, so, come on, into I and A, L dot add I, for collections dot sort this list. Alright, so I think there's our template. Good. And now let's delete these. Alright, I'm ready. Everybody ready for this? Well, the Codejam stream, we're taking a break for a moment because I don't want to. There aren't that many questions to look at where I feel like morally safe doing them. Okay, how do we accept? You guys ready? I'm excited. I am hyped. Oh, what? He just challenged me earlier. Alright, ready? Oh, the duration of the match? 45 minutes? Hope not. Alright, so lag might be an issue here, but that's fine. Let's look at this problem. They have an argument about price and quality of laptops. She thinks the more expensive laptop is better. Alex thinks there are two laptops. The price of the first laptop is less than the quality of the first laptop. It's higher than the second laptop. Which of the two described laptops exists? Okay. The price of the first laptop is strictly less. Oh, okay. So if, yeah, that's easy. int a, or a single test case, 2 test cases. Int a equals this, b equals this, and then, oh, it's just n. What do we print? Price and the quantity. All the A's are distinct, all the B's are distinct. That makes it even easier. Description, determine whether 2 laptops exist. Okay, so we want to see if there are any laptops. Yeah, so we want to see if it's like strictly monotonic. The A's are different, compare the A's, otherwise compare the B's. Okay. They're sorted by A tie broken by B, so 4 pair P in pairs. If last is greater than P dot B, then sys out happy Alex, return sys out for Alex. Writing answer test 35? What? How? Which ones did you get one? Geothermal got the 500, got it. Alright, so we've got the 400 still, we're fine. They said all of the A's and B's are distinct, right? So if last is greater than, oh, yeah, duh. Otherwise, last equals P dot B. Uh-oh, we have a problem. Let me submit. Okay. Oh, the geothermal. Oh, he beat me to it. Darn. GG. Well done, sir. Well done. Yeah, I don't update last. Yep. Writing a comparator it's a problem. Maybe I just need a better way of doing it. Well done, Geothermal. Well done. Godspeed indeed, man. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, I would be very down to watch a Geothermal versus William. Python against me? I'd do Python against William. He's so fast. I know, right? We can try. Yeah, we can try something harder. We can try versus William. If he's up, all right. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, it'll get like destroyed. Do we want? Hang on. Well, hang on. Do you want to like stream this or something? How are we gonna? Alright, so I think the plan might be everybody head over to Geo's stream, or at least like bring it up in a new tab for sure. Yeah, so I'll keep streaming. This is like very sketchy at best, but I'll keep streaming and then watch Geo, who will watch. Oh, Discord live stream. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, we can live stream. That's easy enough, I guess. Where is the... Alright, hopefully my stream isn't dead. Yeah, hopefully stream isn't dead. We'll see. Looks like... Oh, excellent connection, so maybe we're not dead. Maybe it's just, yeah. Geo, what's your YouTube channel? I'm subscribed to you, but, like, post it in... Can you post it in my chat? So people can go watch you for now? Are we good to start? What's the story here? Well, it's possible he's solved other problems and just hasn't coded them. So, like, Gennedy's not necessarily in a bad spot. He might be, but it's not necessarily an issue for him yet. You can just stream from... Yeah, I think that's the plan, right? Awesome, sounds good. Alright, are you guys ready to start? Yeah, I'll mute my mic for sure. Alright, sounds good. Sounds fair. No, I'm not down for any of that. Alright, you guys ready? You guys ready if you're still watching me? Alright. Here we go. Stream is lagging a bit. There's not too much I can do about that though, because I don't have a great computer. I'll have a better computer in next time I do this, but what on earth? Now where is that coming from? Did I just get like get trolled here? There you go. Hope everybody enjoyed that. 40 minutes is fine. All right, ready, go. And it's an even number of artists in the trope. Number of clowns in the first equal to the number of other things in the second. So we need to print n/2 things. You can print 1 in the first group, 4 in the second. So you need the sums to be equal basically, right? So you need to match 0 zeros and 1 ones. Any number of characters slash is a delimiter of a path instead of one traditional slash. Oh, we can do this easily, right? Let's just replace any multiple slashes with a single one. And then last equals C. What the heck is going on here? All right, cool. So we've got this problem ready. Submit that. Should be and AC, hopefully. Wrong answer, test 6. Now, why is that? If you have 2 slashes in a row, skip it. Why is it wrong? Clearly I don't understand something. Smallest possible number of characters slash. Oh, we can delete slashes at the end. I see. Okay, so let's fix that. Array list character list. Less 9 equals I. Alright. So then if we add slashes at the end, then they get deleted. And then the last test case is what if we have a bunch of slashes, that also gets deleted. Alright, cool. So submit this. Very good. Yeah, we still have crappy computers. Not a good year. It's kind of my fault. Alright, so does that matter? Oops. So now I'm going after 400 for sure because I really want 700 because that's a win. The 500 also works. Actually, let's try the 500. 500 might be smart to read as well. All right. N by M table. John Doe can paint points on some cell in the table, but not more than 1 point in the. How many ways? How hard is this? This is div 1b. How many distinct ways to fill the table with points are there, provided the condition must hold? Such operands to make each square a subtable of n by n have exactly k points. Oh, so is m greater than, m is at least n, and you want them to have exactly k. So k goes up to 100 squared, I see. Yeah, so for all of the things that are 0, if it's 0 on like both halves, we can ignore it. Because you don't actually place anything. All that matters is the number of dots in each column, not where they are. We also need to make it palindromic. So I'm thinking n cubed dp is a good way of doing it. Number of palindromes. Then for each palindrome, yeah. So we can do an n cubed dp. That's what I'm gonna do at least. And then it's gonna be, we also need n choose k. Okay, so hang on, what's the story? Yeah, so go for this. So then we need n choose k, and then we need, we'll go for e at least. E is sketchy though, because if we get it, or if he snipes us on it, then we're in trouble. But we can try it. So long array and choose k, or well, like long array facts, public void precomp. Facts equals new long array. Okay, so we multiply these, public long mul, turn a times b mod mod, static long mod equals 10 to the 9th plus 7 presumably. Yep, okay. So then we need the power as well, public, ooh, yeah. What power would this be? Yeah, we can figure out the power later. So public long x, long base, long exponent. The exponent is equal to 0, then return 1. Long half will be the exponent of the base to the exponent over 2. If e and or mod 2 is equal to 0, return half times half. Otherwise return half times the base. Okay. Under mod, that's all fine. Public long mod inverse of some long x. Turn exponent x to the mod minus 2. Public long n choose k for some long n, long k. I guess these will have to be ints. Return multiply n factorial by the mod inverse of k factorial times the mod inverse of n minus k factorial. Okay. What's wrong with this? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There we go. We have choose k. So now we need our dp. Static long array dp. Static long go. So long. Oh, we can't do n times m, can we? Yeah, we can. We do n by k. So which row to distribute, and yeah, so long, this is the x. And then we also need, I guess this is an int, and then we also need the number left, so int dots left. Okay. And then we also need the m, but that doesn't change. So if dp at x dots left is not equal to -1, return dp at x dots left. Okay. So long total equals 0. Return dp at x dots left is equal to the total. And we'll figure that out in a minute. It's a single test case, yes. Into n equals this. Along the m equals this. Into k equals this. dp equals new long. It'll be n by n times n plus 1. Yeah, okay. We'll just say n plus 1 equals 0 as less than dp dot length. Raised at fill dp at I with -1. Okay. Long ants equals go 0. How many dots left? We have k dots left, all of them. And your m is just the regular m. And that's our answer. Okay. So this returns the value under mod of how many ways there are to do this. So good. How do we do this? So we need to brute force the number we place, right? Does that slow things down? By a lot. So n times n squared dp, transition of order n. Time limit's 4 seconds, we can try it. So 4 into place equals 0, to place is less than up to n. Okay, so if x equals n, if dots left is not equal to 0, return 0. Otherwise, return 1. Okay, otherwise, if dots left is less than 0, return 0. Because we've placed too many. Otherwise, we can keep placing 0 at least. Very good. All right, so we brute force the number we're going to place. So now future ways will be equal to go of x plus 1 dots left minus 2 place. Long cur ways will be equal to n choose k. The n will be n. The k will be how many we're going to place here. Do I not have this n choose k? I do have an n choose k. Static. So let's be static as well. All these things need to be static. Oops, what have I done? All right. So then we also need we've got the future ways. We also need the number of times. So long times placed will be equal to m minus the current position divided by the number of rows. Is that right? So if we have 4 rows, if it's like 4 by 4, so it'll be 4 minus 0. Do we need to ceiling this? Yeah, ceilinged. So if it's 5 rows, the first thing gets placed twice. Okay, so total equals total, or equals add the total to the future times cur ways to the times placed. Oh, now we have multiplication problems. Yeah, we have big multiplication problems. So we're gonna have to optimize this to be faster. I see. How do we go faster? What are we gonna need? We're gonna need this to be faster, that's fine. We also need this exponentiation to be faster. What's gonna need to be exponentiated? All of the n choose k's. Yeah, n choose k is gonna have to be faster. Let's call pre-comp so we don't forget to do it. So now we need the fact inverses. Mod inverse of facts at I. So that's the inverse of this factorial. So this we can just do facts inverse now. Fact inverse at k, this is also inverse at k. Or inverse at n minus k. So now this is plenty fast, but we're gonna need an exponentiation, which is a bit slow. So we need all of these things to 2 different powers. How many of these n choose k are there? There are only 10 to the 6 of them. Yeah, so I guess we'll just write up the TLE solution first and then optimize it. So long power, or I guess long to add the add will be multiply the future ways times the pow. What did I call that? Exp. The base will be the current number of ways, and the power will be times placed. Okay, I think this is fine. So now total equals this. Okay, so now we need to add. Okay, fine. That should be good. This is just to add. So now the question is this right? It's probably going to TLE, I think. Not right. Fill the DP with -1. If dots left is not equal to 0, return 0. If we're on the last position, return 1. And dots left is 0. Okay, otherwise, if we have negative dots, we've placed too many. This is not -1, return this. Total is initially 0. Oh, damn, he got 500. Okay, so what do we need to win then? If he's got 500, we need 400. If we get 400, we get 700. Yeah, we need 400 is all that matters. So let's do 400. Okay, so then just ignore everything else. All right. So if we brute force the number, oops, I've got tags turned on, my bad. If we brute force the number of it's tricky for sure. Yeah, so if we know how many clowns there are going to be, we also know how many of the other things there are going to be. So what's important? Maybe the 0 1s and the 1 0s are relevant. If we brute force how many of one we put in one group, we know how many there are in the other group. It still doesn't seem like an n squared, but that's fine. N's even, okay. So we'll know the number. Do they both have to be even or just half of them? The number of artists that can perform as clowns in the first group, same as the number of artists that can perform as acrobats in the second group. So it's tricky. It's only a div 2b. What? Oh, do you win? No. Okay, so 0 0s we can assign to either. So those are fillers. 1 1, those are also fillers because they don't really matter. Well, they kind of matter. Who they go to matters. Yeah, so brute force the number of 0 1s and the number of 1 0s in the first group. Once we know that, we can figure out the number of, so the number of 1 1s will be equal to the number of 1 0s. Like if the first group gets only the top, then the number of 1 1s needs to be so it's like x on the top, then x plus like the number of 1 1s it gets, that can be y, will be equal to the number of 0 1s on the other side plus the number of 1s minus y. So that means that what's going on here? This is a little annoying. Oh, well, it's easy to find the expected score, right? So that we can find the total score pretty easily. Yeah. Alright, so that problem is no longer helpful. Come on. So n will be this thing. Oh, we need our scanner. Fast scanner, FS. T or n be this thing. Char array top equals new char array n will equals this, bottom equals that, static class person, boolean top bottom person, okay. Okay, so int array counts equals new int array 4 in mask. So if top mask plus equals 2, if bottom mask plus plus. For int I in counts, or in for each person. Then counts it p.mask plus plus. So I have all these people's counts of how many of each type there are. And then in addition to that, we need to see, yeah, we need to brute force the number on the top and on the bottom. Okay, so for int one type. Okay, what is this? This is or are we brute forcing the final score? Yeah, I guess we could brute force the final score. Now we want to brute force the number of things, the 1 zeros in the first group. Counts at 1 0 would be 2, z plus plus. Okay. So now, is the total score even helpful to know? Well, I guess this is like score per side, right? So int left ones will be equal to, okay, if the OZ in first is greater than the score per side, then continue. It's not possible. It's never possible, print -1. Okay, int one's left will be counts at well, it'll be counts at 3 minus score per side minus the ones in first. Int the other score will be, okay, what is this? This is 0 ones used. 0 ones, yeah, 0 ones left, I guess. So the 0 ones left for the other one will be score per side. This is how many are used. Score per side minus the number of ones left, because it gets all of those. So that's how many 0 ones it needs to use. And then the 0 zeros can get redistributed, right? So if z ones used is bigger than counts at 1, or z ones used is less than 0, and continue. It's impossible. Otherwise, in z1's first group will be equal to the z1's, that's counts at 1, minus z1's used in total. I mean, double ones are left is this many. Yeah, okay. So now we just need an array list of integers for each of these. Array positions of equals new array list of integer. Oh, we can just make these left, I think. So now, what does this mean? So we're using ZO first, OZ in first, and then also int OO's first, 1 ones. That will be the score per side minus the 1 zeros in first. So let's triple check this math. So we need this many ones in order for the 1 zeros to get us to the right total. Then there are this many left. Everything else is left. The number of 0 ones will be the score per side minus the 1 zeros in the left. That's how many they need to use. Then the zeros in the first group will be this many. All right, so now for person P in the original group, if p dot mask equals 0, let's just make this an array. So int array need equals new int array equals, we can just hard code it. Int zz's first would be n over 2 minus zo's first minus oz in first minus o's first. Z's first, oz's in first. That's the third number though, zo in first. And then finally zz's first. That's o's in first. Okay. If need at p dot mask is greater than 0, otherwise need at p dot mask minus minus. Then p dot group equals false. For int I equals 0, I is less than orig dot length I plus plus. Is there any way William's already beat me? No. That's fine. So now go through each thing. If p dot group, or if orig at I dot group, then sys out I plus a space. Otherwise, sys out a new line. So there's like a 10% chance this is right. How did that happen? Okay, claiming I found an answer. What's the score per side? Score per side is 1. 1 each. That's possible, actually. Yeah, that's right, even. Zero of everything is not right. Oh, yeah. Duh. Let's just try an easy thing, right? Let's just make an easy case here. So let's do 2 people, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's not -1. So that's just not right. Less than or equal to this many. The score per side can be equal to n. Well, no, it can't, but. So it found answer with that. Okay. Well, this n over 2 should be wrong then, right? Should be 1. ZO's OZ. OO. Yeah. Group equals true, that's my bug. Easy bug, okay. That's fine, I plus 1. Okay, now I need to make sure I've got the things right, though. 1, 4. Oh, there's a chance this is right. There's also a very good chance it's wrong. So what am I saying? Yeah, if any of these are negative. If ZZ's first is less than 0, or ZZ's first is greater than, counts at 0, continue. Z1's first, or Z1's first is greater than, counts at 1. Counts at 2. Or counts at 3, rather. 1, 1 is 3 in binary. So it's bigger than it's impossible. -1. Oh no, did William win? GG. Alright, I'm close. 10 to the 4 in Python was fun. I can imagine. Yeah, nice snipe on 500. All right, let's look at how's Tourist going so far. Stop solving problems like you do in Codeforce's Div 2 or Div 3. Start solving them like you do in Div 1. Coding industry-ready code. Yeah. Yeah, I guess my code's like a little bit longer than it should be. It's, I could probably go faster if I, yeah, he's still coding on YouTube, yep. GG. Well, let's check out what's going on in Codejam, because I was like looking at the comments very briefly, and it looked like some interesting stuff has gone down. Sorry. Hang on, let's like get a private group up in Messenger maybe. Oops, I should probably not show everyone my messages. Alright, are you here? Yeah. Let's... That might be the goal. But we'll see. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Maybe I'll just do it on Messenger. How about that? So let's try William. And geothermal. Oh, is that a thing I have to do? Got it. Alright, just Discord, never mind. Alright, sorry for the live figuring out what's gonna happen on the stream. There are lots of things to keep track of. Yeah, let's see, what's up with... Good morning. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, the finals. Alright. Cool. Quick question. Do you know if Discord, like if this chat will pick up on OBS? Because people are saying they can't hear anyone but the person who's streaming. I should have my desktop audio turned up, but yeah, I'm just kind of talking right now. I'll keep talking, see if anyone can hear me. You can, yeah, I am literally figuring out everything on stream, yep. Can you... Yeah, there's a Codejam live stream, so we'll probably wrap this up when that starts. But in the meantime, I guess, yeah, it looks like, assuming Gennedy's right on hards for everything, this might be yet another victory. That would be pretty epic. Did you guys see the one video? I think Ericto showed it on his stream, where it was like they showed the winner of Codejam. They looked it up on Google, and instead of showing the winner, they showed the year, the location, and then the person who got second place. Because the winner was Gennady every time, so like the Google algorithm was like, that's not important. We'll show them the information that's relevant, which was the second place person. They showed like first, second, and third. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I saw that. You would have gotten like first or second place, right? Oh man, it's unfortunate. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I won't be competing in any more of the Facebook Hacker Cup rounds. So, but hopefully, tech-wise, things will be working from that perspective. We'll see. So somebody in my chat is saying there's a good chance problem C isn't actually solved. So it might be worth it for us to like read it and think about whether it's like actually solvable. Yeah. Have you read it yet? They're saying there's a decent chance that like the contestants only have partial points on it. It is interesting because it looks like same thing for Ben Q. Like it looks like after Ben solved A and just Kennedy from the beginning, looks like they just solved everything mentally and then typed everything. From a competition design perspective, making all 4 of the hard problems have the same point value is a really interesting choice. Because like on one hand, it doesn't really give that much information to competitors, and then also on top of that, it's like it's very like ICPC style ish. So it's just whoever solves the most problems wins. Yeah, it's also like kind of like a time based thing, right? So it's how fast your solution runs is what matters.
I guess intuitively,
There
I'm
we
kind of
go.
think
Sorry, I just finally fixed my stream issues. Didn't mean to interrupt. Go
nice.
ahead.
All good. I was just gonna say, I mean, intuitively, I feel like I feel like I would probably want to compute the number or the probability that a permutation works for um, the probability that a permutation is going to work for each of the n squared pairs of digits, or sorry, pairs of numbers. And I guess I wonder if like the 2 to the d part is because maybe you're doing principle of inclusion exclusion based on like the constraints of the permutations. Because I also feel like for each digit, there's not that many cases, and so I feel like it might be like n squared 2 to the d, where the 2 to the d thing comes from some sort of pi bash. But that's also kind of like a very general thought. I don't really have opinions about how one would about how one would actually go about implementing that, and I'm sure that it is not that simple, or at least like that. Even after you come up with, or even if that's right, there are a lot of details to work out in the end.
Do you want to maybe, or Williams? You haven't talked very much.
12
Do you want
minutes left. We've got a lot of people have gotten to 158 pretty recently, bumping Eknerwala down to 9th place. I think these 158s are new. Actually, they might not be. I can't remember. 7K Plus was down at the bottom earlier. He has made a nice comeback. He is at 116 now. He just recently submitted replace all. He only has one penalty submission. Otherwise, it's weird. I actually don't know who this Sam.Ray person is, which is weird just because I feel like I know most of the top competitors from the US. All right, have either of you seen the name before?
I wasn't familiar with him. Sam Ray, also the Saketh R.
Y'all there?
Yeah, I haven't. I haven't seen the name before.
Yeah. I know Socket
there
R
for
is Socket Not. Obviously, I know Scott Wu, Eknerwala, Ben Q. I know who all they are. It's a little surprising. I also think, though, that Codejam kind of rewards a slightly different skill set from Codeforces in that there are a lot more ad hoc and kind of observation-based problems. Or I guess Codeforces has a lot of those too, but I feel like the type of observations that are or that Codejam looks for are maybe a little different from Codeforces, kind of closer to AtCoder in a sense.
I guess that makes sense because these Codejam problems were designed by Google software engineers, so they don't spend as much time in CP learning all of those tricks and algorithms that are pretty advanced in Codeforces.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I kind of have to imagine that the people designing the problems probably have at least a decent amount of programming contest experience, just because that helps in terms of writing good problems or writing problems that are sufficiently challenging and not standard.
Yeah, I know there's one guy who writes a lot of Codejam problems. He's like very big in, like, as far as the authors go. He's also a World Finals problem writer, so he writes a lot of the ICPC World Finals problems as well. Mm-hmm. And then there's another guy who actually went to my school in college, and he was like a ICPC World Finals participant 2 years ago, and then after that he is like working for Google, and he spends a lot of time doing this. So I think it's somewhat heavily inspired by ICPC. It's similar to that in nature, and whatever differences there are between ICPC and Codeforces, I feel like Codejam is even more extreme on the ICPC side. Yeah.
No, I actually feel that. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on which problem set you're looking at, but to some extent, I feel like these may be a little bit different stylistically from ICPC as well. But I could be wrong. I haven't done that many old like World Finals problems. I also I generally feel like these have the most in common with like maybe AtCoder grand contests, but
it's also like William mentioned, it's also kind of similar to the IOI problem sets in like the partial scoring parts, that it encourages that sort of thing.
Let's see. Alex Weiss says, I think a lot of people, given their setting GCJ, are people like Peter or whatever, or other very strong CPers, and they like to just choose the nicest problems. GCJ, in my opinion, has the best problems and is the most premier contest, but the only thing I don't like is they have one high stakes round for round 3 to finals. I wish they ran it more Grand Prix style. Yeah, I actually agree about that. I feel like round 3 going from 1,000 people, or is it 1,000 or 1,500? I think it's 1,000. 1,000 to 50 people is, 1,000 to 25 people is a little bit extreme.
Or maybe just only having one contest.
Right.
That may be a bit extreme.
Yeah, I kind of like the Facebook. I guess Facebook also just has fewer participants to deal with in general, but I like the Facebook Hacker Cup. I like the Facebook Hacker Cup format where it goes it goes from 200 to 25 rather than 500 to 25. That seems a lot more reasonable. But yeah, I think that idea of running it like a Grand Prix with like multiple qualification rounds and then aggregating the results from each of them would be pretty cool. You know, obviously it might be harder from an administration perspective, but that could be really fun.
Yeah, so it looks like it's 1,000 advance from round 2 and then only 25 from round 3. So it's way more extreme than Facebook Hacker Cup for sure.
Pretty brutal. I feel like I maybe could run it at trying to crack top 25 for Facebook Hacker Cup at some point. But I feel like for me, making Codejam Finals is going to be pretty challenging, just because I think these problems don't play to my strengths as much as like the Code Forces or the Hacker Cup problems do.
Yeah, the thing with these is like you're like super good when there's a difficulty curve. On the first half of the difficulty curve, you're better than like so many people. You just like fly through them. So then you're straight onto the problems that matter. But for these, I guess it's a little bit more tricky because instead of there being a difficulty curve every round, in the harder rounds, they just kind of drop the easy problems out entirely.
Yeah, well, I mean that's kind of true in Hacker Cup also. I feel like kind of the thing for me is just like, for whatever reason, I think the types of observations that are used for the problems on Codejam are maybe just slightly, I don't want to say less intuitive, but at least like I have I definitely spend less time training for them, and I think the style is sufficiently different that at this point I may be somewhat better at hard Code Forces problems than I am at hard Codejam problems. And I'm hearing from chat that Kusaga solved Hexacoin Jam, and we only have about 5 minutes left in the round.
Do you guys think it's a partial solve or a full solve?
I think it's likely partial because he had a penalty submission and it's very late in the game. There's less than 10 minutes left. So I feel like this is kind of when you start going for partials. You want to submit around this point because obviously if it gets wrong answer, you want to have some time to debug. And he also hasn't really had a whole lot of time since when he submitted musical chords. It does look like he's been going through and submitting problems as he solved them, because he got packed with slopes quickly, adjacent and consecutive quickly, and then there's just a break before replace all. So I think there's a good chance this is just a partial solve.
Strategy-wise, it would make a lot of sense for it to be a partial solve, yeah, because like now would be the perfect time to write your slow.
Yeah, I think I kind of imagine Gennady and BenQ both have what at least they think they are, or at least like what they expect to be full solves. But I don't know. Obviously, I don't really know whether they'll actually play out. Oh, and it looks like Andrew Eknerwala has a pending submission for Hexacoin Jam as well. Will it pass? Let's see. Nice, because it doesn't show like wrong or correct or anything, so I assume that just means it's currently grading. Wonder if it's taking a while to judge.
I think it's wrong, right? Because
I would
they don't show wrong answers otherwise. So if
I
it just
thought
says
they
one,
showed. I thought they showed.
They don't have like X or something.
Oh, they don't. For some reason, I thought they did. Maybe that's only. I guess maybe that's like only for the large sets after the round. That's interesting. I thought that it was just like that just meant that it was in the queue, but I think I'm wrong because there are several other people who just have numbers of attempts and no X's. But we're in the final stretch, so I wouldn't be surprised. I think there's a decent chance we're going to see a lot of people just submitting some very late solutions, and obviously most of those are probably going to be partials. Like Dassen21 submitted adjacent and consecutive just about 4 minutes ago. I would imagine that's probably the easy subtask. Got it after 2 penalty submits. Utaka submitted adjacent and consecutive. I'm guessing that we've seen a lot of recent submissions on adjacent and consecutive. I'm guessing most of those are partial solves.
Yeah, one thing to know is that practice slopes has like 25 solves. All the contestants has solved them, so
Yeah, I think that one's definitely a lot easier. I do think the solution to the easy subtest especially is relatively easy to come up with, I think, and I would imagine most of the World Finals level competitors are probably able to solve the hard subtask as well, or most are likely all of them.
I think like problem A is kind of more like a code forces problem where you have a lot of tricks and techniques that you need to use to. It's not about the observations, it's more about just knowing the tricks.
Yeah, I agree. I think A is definitely it definitely felt like a code forces problem to me. Um, Really, I think the main observation for me, at least, was just noticing that that like it was going to work in terms of time complexity. But yeah, were you thinking to do it with small to large merging?
Oh yeah, just basically like maintaining DP with a data structure
Yeah.
and using small to large.
Um, yeah, I mean, I was thinking basically just small to large merging on a set that you can kind of use like a priority queue. Essentially. Um, let's see. Stockman asked, did Gennady solve all the problems in each of the Codejams he won? I believe he did not. I believe there were several times when he did not solve every problem.
I think even last year he didn't, if I remember correctly. Like he didn't get
That's-
fulls on everything at least.
Yeah, that's how I remember it as well. But I mean, we can check. World Finals 2019.
It is quite interesting this year that he's had almost a full hour and he hasn't submitted anything after.
Yeah.
Which means
I mean,
it's very likely that like he's got them all. He's just been sitting here for an hour.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I do feel like this problem set maybe doesn't seem quite as brutal as some of the past year's ones, but I don't know. I mean, I guess last year people got a decent number of solves too. Gennady is last year Gennady solved 4 of the problems fully. He got partial on one of the problems, and he did not submit the last problem. So, wonder what happened in 2018. Wonder if this might even be a first. Probably not. He's probably AK'd at some point before. No, wow. In 2018, he got 2 problems fully, 1 problem partial, and 2 problems none at all. Yeah, wow. Codejam World Finals are usually pretty brutal. Let's see, in 2017, he had in 2017 he had full on 2, partial on 4. Actually, no, sorry, full on 3, partial on 4. But yeah, it looks like the round is over. So I guess now we just need to wait for the system testing reveal.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, if it does reveal live, then all right, hang on. Do they actually take forever to reveal? Because if they take forever to reveal, we'll just keep going. Is it like the classic, like, we're gonna make sure that we give the judges enough time to verify all of the submissions, make sure nothing's wrong? I've seen that happen before. That's happened in several high school contests that I've run. It's not going to be fast. Really, it's not going to be fast for this reveal, or it's not going to be fast for them to show it. It's not about the judges. They just take a long time, I see. Alright, well, let's bring it up here, just so we know relatively what's happening. Let's see the YouTube video that they're having. It's probably on YouTube, right? If it's not the main one, I don't know what is. they not have it going on live here? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good idea. Watch it muted. In case people want to see this. Okay, let's see. Where is this G? Okay, yeah. Join the action. I'll just keep it muted. Oh, okay. They're not even close, it looks like. Yeah. So we've got yeah. Let's get everyone back. I'll start up in the call. Welcome back, William. Sorry for the false alarm.
Wait, so it was actually a scam. Like they had a countdown, but then
Yeah, they just trolled everybody, it looks like.
oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's only 1 a.m. It's not too bad.
It's 1 a.m.? Are you
Yeah.
like in China or something?
I'm in Taiwan.
You're in Taiwan?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Do you not... Oh, because like MIT is all virtual.
Yeah, it's going to be online at least for the fall. For
So you-
freshmen.
Are you going to stay in Taiwan then for the first semester at least?
Yeah, it will. And I don't even know if the spring is going to if it's going to open during the spring.
Oh, wow.
They said they would have freshmen, sophomore, and juniors go back during the spring, but I really don't think that they would be able to.
Do you know, like, do you have like particular plans for when you want to go to World Finals? Do you want to save it or do you want to go right away?
Oh, you mean for ICPC?
I'm presuming you're doing ICPC. Maybe you don't want to, but...
It's hard to say. I have no idea what's going to happen in 2021. But for ICPC 2021, like I don't know how the qualifiers are going to work and stuff. So maybe I should just wait for 1 year and see what happens.
Yeah, it makes sense for sure. It also, the 2021 ones are special because, like, there are probably quite a few people who are competing both in 2020 and 2021. And if the 2021 World Finals are next summer, that means they'll be right next to the 2020 World Finals.
Oh, so like they're actually like planning to hold the 2020 finals online.
No, 2020 Finals will be in person.
In
It'll
person.
just be this summer. Yeah, so like next June, like about a year from now.
That's a very interesting choice. But
You think that's too early or too late or what? What would you
it's
do
hard,
if you were in
it's hard to
charge?
tell. It's hard to tell if things will be good by June. Like people have been talking about vaccines coming out next spring, but I don't know if that will actually happen.
Yeah, it's like, it's an interesting conundrum. Like, at what point do do you just like move on and keep going, or is that even something that's like okay to do, or do you keep as much online as possible for as long as possible till you have a vaccine? Like how dangerous does something need to be in order for it to be worth shutting down as much as possible? It's kind of like a pretty huge judgment call, I think.
I think it wasn't dangerous at first. I think so. Back in March, it was actually still in the beginning of March. It was still hoped that a lot of these important things would be online. But I think the main thing was that, but like a lot of governments didn't really learn from other countries where they were where COVID had already spread in March, like the U.S. So that got like COVID spread in the U.S. quickly, and then it kind of just spread across the world, and then suddenly it became extremely. Suddenly it became the entire situation became extremely big, and then
Were you in Taiwan for pretty much the whole thing?
yeah, actually, in Taiwan, what's funny is we had quarantine, but we had schools shut down, but it was for only 2 weeks, and it was in February. And then after that, everything has been almost normal.
For like up until now, even.
Yeah, so basically, we still go to school and work, but the restrictions we have are like wearing masks in public transportations, and also we can't have large gatherings.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I'm in the Seattle area, and it seems pretty similar, like rule-wise. Like for us, it's like you wear a mask when you're outside, or I mean, most of the time when you're outside and in public areas, and then like no public gatherings. The big thing though is that most businesses are shut down. So like all of the tech companies out here are all work from home at the moment. And then there are a bunch of schools shut down as well, I think. Do you oh. So we got some questions for you here in chat. William already did answer that one though. He's not going to be traveling to MIT this fall. So we know that.
Are there other questions?
There were a couple others. So one is, am I doing Facebook Hacker Cup round 1? I'm not. I can't. It's a restriction from my work, of course. But are you going to be doing it? Are you excited for it?
Oh yeah, I'll probably do it. Round 1 is like 48 hours, so I'll probably be chill for round 1. Round 2 and round 3 are the ones which will be tiring, because those are 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.
And I noticed that for Facebook Hacker Cup, at least, they're all the same time. It's like all the same time of day.
Yeah, they all start at 1 a.m.
Yeah, so that's like really, if you're not in a good time zone, that's really inconvenient for you, I can imagine.
I mean, it's just one factor. If I manage, I think I'll probably get a T-shirt unless I mess up really badly. But if if I want to make finals, then I think it could be possible with some luck. Like last year, I got 27th place because all of the problems in the round 3 were pretty standard, so it was just based on the penalty. Like everyone in the top had full solves, I think, and it was just sorted based on penalty time.
Did you have full solves too? You just lost on penalty?
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's kind of annoying. All right, so a couple more questions. The first one is, how many programming languages do you know?
How many programming languages? It has varied over the years. Like I've learned a few languages and I've forgotten them after not using them. For example, I there was this time when I was making websites. So during that time, I got familiar with HTML, JS, and PHP. But I've always been I've always worked with Java even when I was beginning, so I'm very familiar. I'm pretty familiar with it. And recently, I've learned C++ for competitive programming, so I know that now as well. And
USAC was pretty Java friendly too, right?
yeah, you get double time limit, but still there's still problems where there's still interactive problems where they're too lazy to write the Java graders, so they just tell you to use C++.
It's kind of funny. All right, so two quick things to mention. In Facebook Hacker Cup this year, it turns out there aren't actually shirts. So
Oh, really?
yeah, because of like COVID, there's a difficulty shipping. This is what they said in the Codeforces blog post, at least. Now it's possible that that they'll have like some other prizes, but they haven't announced what those are, if there are any other ones. But like apparently shipping's tricky. Also, don't forget, but it's a 24-hour round one, according to chat, rather than 48
Oh,
hours.
the 24.
Yeah.
Similar enough though. It's
Yeah, you definitely have plenty of time at least. Okay, someone is very persistent about this question on food. Hang on, let me find it. He asked it like 3 times.
Oh yeah, the rice flour noodle.
Rice flour
Actually,
noodle. Yeah, what's your opinion on those?
I don't really know what he's talking about. Actually, I'm even though I've lived in Taiwan for like 9 years, I don't know all the specific details about it. Like I only know some very basic Taiwanese culture things, like the night markets and like some of the holidays. But like I usually just stay in my local area and I don't really travel much.
Are Taiwanese culture and like Chinese culture very different?
I think they're actually similar. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't even speak Taiwanese. I can only speak Chinese.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been to Taiwan. I was there I was in China for a bit, just for like a week-long camp. All
For
right, so
CP.
yeah, competitive programming. I met Andrew He there. That was pretty fun. And like actually, it was the whole MIT team. So that year, all of MIT's ICPC team, they were all LGMs. It was like the 3 LGMs from Wisconsin were all in one, or not from Wisconsin, from the United States. We're all from one country. So that was pretty impressive. And then I got all of their signatures on a white sweatshirt. It's kind of funny. I'll have to, if I ever see you in person, I'll have to get yours as well to match it.
Nice. Wait, what sweatshirt is it? Is it like is it a T-shirt from any contest or just some random shirt?
It was the sweatshirt that we got from that camp. So it was called like Byte Dance. It was run by Byte Dance, and it was also run by like the company that makes TikTok, actually.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah, that was like the company that sponsored it. I forget what they are, but they had TikTok logos all over the place. And then yeah, they gave us T-shirts, so then I've got that.
Oh, I actually did not realize that because I've heard of like Byte Dance rounds on Codeforces, but I didn't make the connection.
I think maybe sometimes they have different sponsors, but I know that one in particular was sponsored by TikTok. I think it was like in TikTok's. It was like in their like in their company, like in their basement, in TikTok's basement. So it's pretty cool. I enjoyed it. It was very hard though. Like I've gotten, I don't know, somewhat better since then, but it was just it was like just a huge step up from what I was used to. There were so many like persistent data structures problem, and I didn't even know what that was at the time. And then Andrew Hugh was talking about segment tree beats all the time, and I'm like, oh, what are those? I was very confused. All right, well, I really appreciate having you here to talk to, William. It's very fun. Although I don't want to keep you up all night. I feel a little bit bad about that.
It's fine. I would be staying up, waiting for the results anyways. I don't think I could sleep until my predictions are either verified or like proved wrong.
All right, so what's your predictions? You think tourist solve set, and same with BenQ?
So originally, like in the middle of the round, I I thought it was going to be Gennady, Kusaga, and Eknowala. Uh, Gennady based on like previous past patterns, and then like the other two based on the scoreboard at that time. Like Kusaga had solved 3 problems, so I thought versus while others had only solved 2 at most. So I thought he was in a he had a very decent lead. And right now I actually feel like Gennady and BenQ believe that they both have full solves for all the problems, but they could always fail. So, like for example, for problem B, I feel like it might be some sort of brute force with might be like state optimization where you use some observations to reduce the number of states. So that could TLE if you're not careful enough. And that may be what happened with Ben with his submissions. I'm not sure.
Do you think he like wrote a generator and then ran it locally to see how slow we could get it to run?
Yeah, he probably did that, but maybe he had 3 penalty attempts for B, so that might be why. Maybe the code was slower on the Codejam graders, so maybe that's why he got his 3 penalties. So there are things like this that you can't really, which make people like unsure about if the solution would actually pass.
So it looks like, what is the cost of getting a penalty to your final penalty time?
I think it's
or
like
getting a wrong answer.
4 minutes. Yeah, it's 4 minutes per wrong answer.
Okay, yeah, that looks like it lines up. So that's not really too important. It's more just important to finish as fast as possible. What's my actual name? My actual name is David Harmeyer. It's on my Codeforge's profile. All right. So yeah. What was your third place prediction then? Is it top 3 as they stand? Do you think those are the final results?
Oh, third place. Because Kusaga definitely. Wait, what happened to Kusaga for E? He resubmitted like in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's like that's very sketchy. It looks like maybe it's like a Hail Mary for the large. He did Hexacoin Jam with like 10 minutes left too.
Mm-hmm. So this is hard to tell. I think it could be very possible that he only got partials for C and E. So if that's the case, then he would lose to someone with 4 solves. And out of all of these people with 4 solves, maybe with 4 solves before system testing, I think like there will probably be someone with 4 solves, like with 4 full solves. So But I
So like
think
probably
Kusaga will at least be like pretty high up, probably top 5.
really. So you think most of these like apparently 4 solve people actually have like at least one partial? Like at
Looking
least one.
at looking at problem B, because B has a pretty simple. I haven't looked at a lot of other problems, but B has a relatively simple partial, and a lot of them are like within the last 30 minutes,
Okay, yeah,
which
yeah.
which might make sense, but they also could have just happened to finish within the last 30 minutes.
It's like kind of like if you look at like 16th place, 17th place, 18th place, and 19th place are all last 30 minutes. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, so most of them are probably partial submissions, I'd say. Because it doesn't make sense. In the middle of the round, um, B didn't have so many solves. It was D had most solves, but now like at the end of the round, B almost has the same number of solves as E has. So I think the problem difficulty is most accurate when you look at the statistics in the middle of the round when people haven't really tried for the subtask yet.
All right, so I'm sure you've answered this before, but JS asked when did you start coding?
Started coding when I was 9. I started it. It was from these Lego NXT robots, and slowly I just transitioned to computer programming. That's the short story.
You didn't ever do robotics in high school, did you?
I actually did. I did robotics, like I did robotics until I've always been doing robotics. Seriously for like until 9th grade, and after that I just focused more on CP. Since
Did you? Oh, go ahead.
I
Did you
felt
do?
like robot. Yeah,
Did you do FRC or FTC or neither?
I did neither of them. So, I towards lower school I did Lego robotics, and at the end of middle school and at the start of high school I was doing VEC. But then with FRC, I feel like there's FRC is. I think the concept is pretty good. Like you get a lot of like you aren't restricted with the parts that you can use, and you're basically like very free to do whatever you want. But that also causes a lot of issues. So, like FRC generally has much bigger teams, and also it's really very dependent on mentors and the amount of funding that you have.
Yeah, I did FRC when I was in high school up until my senior year. I didn't do it no, I did do it senior year. But it was pretty fun. Although money was like very important. Like we had like it was about a fourth of our team was devoted to like finding sponsors and getting funding and stuff just cuz all of the machinery and buying all the parts, and then it's like $5,000 to go to a regional. And then you have to like get all the people there, and you have to rent a bus. It's just like a lot of stuff. But it was really fun. We went to World Finals for that one year, my junior year, and then I was a driver, or a co-driver at least. So I helped drive the robot. It's pretty fun.
Whoa, that's cool. Yeah,
all right.
driving practice is something that like I've always like people kind of neglect, or at least like my team has always been neglecting while I was doing it, and it didn't really turn out well.
Because you just want to spend as much time as possible improving the code and getting it perfect.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of like want to focus on making the robot better, but I didn't really notice that actually um driving practice actually makes the will affect the robot's performance by quite a lot.
Like it improves it?
It improves its performance. Like you can have a good, well-designed robot, but if you have a bad driver, then its performance will be bad.
Oh sure, yeah, of course. That was a big thing with us, I think. Like just putting like a lock on it for like the last week so that we could practice with it and just run sessions. Because it's a lot like a video game when you think about it. Like if you give someone a video game controller for the first time and then say, yeah, like play Call of Duty for 1 round and try and win. Like even if you have a really fast computer and your character is really good, if you don't know how to aim, like you're not gonna get huge kill streaks. All right, so a couple questions. Someone's asking if I'm already working. I am working, yep. But we're not talking about my work this stream. Any ideas on D, on problem D? Yeah, I haven't really spent too much time thinking about the problems. Do you want to maybe explain what problem B is, William?
Oh, problem B. So it's actually so you have an array of size n. Initially, all of the elements in the array are not set, and then you have n distinct elements, and then you have two players A and B. A goes first, and they take turns putting numbers on the array. And once a number is used, it can't be used again. So in the end, you should end up with a permutation from 1 to n. And then
Okay.
player A wins if there exists two adjacent elements which are consecutive, and player A loses otherwise.
Oh, interesting. And then n is only 10 even for test set 1.
Yeah, so that one is it's probably just you can have a state. Your game state is which the set of positions you have placed the number in and the numbers that you have used. So it's like 2 to the 20.
Yeah, okay. So that's very easy to get the small on. But the hard, n equals 50. I wonder if there's like some pruning that you have to do? Because 50 is like, to me it seems surprisingly small.
Yeah, so some people think that a small number of people think that there's some like polynomial solution, like maybe n to the fourth, where maybe you do some BP with a lot of weird states. But I feel like it's very possible that you do it with pruning. So there are a lot of positions where it's you can be certain that player A wins. So for example, if there are already two adjacent elements which are consecutive, then you know that player A wins already. And then there are also other observations that you can make, but I think this is the general solution path.
Wait, so just to get the problem straight, they alternate placing like some number in the permutation. Yeah. And they can place it at any position? They can place any number at any position?
Yeah. Oh, and I forgot to say, the problem asks the number of mistakes that each player makes during so you're given the moves that the players make, and you're asked to find the number of mistakes that each player makes. And the player makes a mistake when, like, during his turn, he was supposed to win, but then he made a move which gave the winning state to the other player.
I see, yeah, that makes sense.
But essentially, I think what you need to do is you You basically need to be able to tell if a given state is winning,
like winning
or
or
not.
losing. Yeah. I wonder if there's anything, because that's like an interesting format for the game. I wonder if there's anything. Oh wait, here's a okay. So like Alex just wants 2 adjacent tiles that are the same, right?
Yeah.
So Alice can always win immediately if it's bigger than 3 by just putting like a 2 in the middle, and then she can put the 1 or the 3 next to it the next turn. Or is that not the case? Am I?
Oh, that is the case. So basically, if you have 3 consecutive positions and 3 consecutive elements which haven't been chosen yet, then you can place the middle element in the middle position and you basically win.
Okay. So the question is just like, when you don't have that case, can you still sometimes win?
Yeah, there are other cases, but I think you just need to find some. You need to find these cases where you know player A has to win, and you get that you reduce the number of states which you're unsure about, and those states which you're unsure about, you can maybe do some sort of brute force.
Alright, so people are saying the stream has started, but it's just ads at the moment. Are you learning what team all of these Google people work at? Because that's the thing they seem to be very interested in talking about.
I mean, what are they actually doing now? I don't think there's a reason for people to wait.
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. Like, if they have all the data prepared, it literally should take like 2 minutes to run system tests on 25 people. So it's kind of interesting. And they like all of the people who are like doing the live stream, like just the media folks, they can prep this while the contest is going on. They don't have to be focused on anything else. So it's kind
Maybe
of,
they really wanted people to listen to this part, so they waited until the end of the contest.
Yeah, this is just a super important ad. All right. Well, thank you very much, William, for joining once again. It was very fun. I would be very interested in doing something like this again in the future with you.
Sure.
So I don't know, I'll let you know. I've got like a fun project that I think you'll enjoy. But it looks like they're starting, so I think we're gonna kind of leave it to them because I don't want to steal their thunder. They put a lot of work into the contest. They should get people to watch. So, thank you guys all for watching. This is the end for real. You can feel free to say goodbye, William. It's been an absolute pleasure having you.
Bye, guys. See you all later. Thanks for having me on, by the way.
Oh yeah, no problem. All right. Well, goodbye, everybody. Enjoy the live stream.